Of Journeywood Block Enterprises, 47 years old right now. Ako yung production manager dito sa company na ito.
Yan ang pang-slide.
Ang ginagawa namin dito is mga modular cabinets, beds, doors, chairs, bench, mga wooden items, even yung mga interior designs, mga interior decorations. Nag-start ako talaga sa woodworking. Sobrang bata ko pa eh. Pero mga laruan ko lang ginagawa ko. May ganito rin yung factory ng tatay ko pero mas malaki dito. Tapos nakikialam ako doon sa mga gamit ng tatay ko. Nung 10 ako, pumasok ako sa isang maliit na shop, supplier ng father ko dati. Doon ako natuto. Natutunan ko yung mga spoke shave, hand plane, yun. Natutunan ko yung mga tawag doon sa mga tools, pati yung mga terminologies ng mga karpintero. At the age of 15, humingi ako ng puhunan sa nanay ko. Tapos, nag-start na ako magtanggap ng mga orders pero wala pa kasi social media nun eh. So, napakahirap para makakuha ng mga clients, mga nanay, kapitbahay, mga atin ng classmate, ganyan, mga tiyahin. Sila lang yung ginagawa ko, picture frame, kabit ng doorknob, sabit ng picture frame uli, gawa ng mga maliliit na jewelry box. I was doing that while studying. Hanggang nag-college, ito na yung nagpa-college sa akin. Tapos, nagkaroon ng konting tragedy sa buhay eh. Kaya, punta ako ng abroad, baka maaliw yung isip ko. Ang problem, nung dumating ako sa abroad, wala akong certificate of employment. Pero, siguro kahit may conflict, di mo ko kayang tanggalin doon sa pag-ibig ko sa kahoy eh. So, nag-helper ako doon sa nag-press ng mga laminates tsaka veneers. Kaya natutunan ko. Kasi alam ko lang dati eh. Dinidikit yan manually eh. May makina palang ganun. So nung na-discover ko na may ganung mga makina, naisip ko, dapat may mga ganito rin sa Pilipinas. Siguro meron, pero backyard lang kasi yung shop ko eh. Di ko alam yan eh. Traditional akong karpintero eh. Nung dumating ako doon, nakita ko, pwede palang ganito. Kaya bumalik ako sa Pilipinas, nag-resign ako, pero gustong-gusto ko ulit talaga magtayo ng shop nun. Tapos, na-meet ko si Nadia, kaya na-start to sa tulong ng Panginoon. Tapos, sa pagtsatsaga ni Nadia na ma-build din talaga tong Journeywood Block. Actually, si Nadia yung nakapag-register ng business. Nagkuha kami ng mga tao, tapos yung mga machines, tapos tinulungan ako ng DOST para dito sa CNC router. Ito yung pinapaandar kong makina doon sa Kuwait. Sabi ko, iuwi kita. Tapos pinagtatawanan lang ako ng mga tao dati. Pero pag gusto mo mangyayari, syempre kailangan mong magdasal. Tapos kailangan mong kumilos. So dito, ramdam na ramdam namin yung pagbilis talaga ng production. Pag gumagawa kami ng mga cabinets dito, yung mga closet, pinakamarami naming closets na nagawa dahil sa CNC. Nakapaggawa kami ng 13 closets na 1 meter typical size, 1 day, walang overtime. Tapos mga rocking horse, pag nabobora ako minsan, gagawa ako rocking horse para sa anak ko, toy car. With that, nakakatanggap kami ng mga projects na mga high-end, nakakatanggap kami ng mga projects na mga design ng mga architects, tsaka ng mga interior designer na maraming tumatanggi. Nagagawa namin sila dito dahil dyan. Yung isa sa pinaka malaking bagay din na naitulong sa akin tong CNC, calculated namin yung waste. Ang dami namin nasisave na kahoy. Hindi ko na kailangan ng boring machine kasi nagbubutas na rin siya. Hindi ko na kailangan ng pambisagra, nagbubutas na rin siya. Hindi ko na kailangan ng mga manual na router kasi nag-groove na rin siya. Kumbaga kung meron ka, parang may all-in-one machine ka na eh. Hindi rin kami kasi nahirapan doon sa terms ng DOST, kaya talaga na-encourage kaming kumuha. 3 years yung payment, tapos may lead time pa na 6 months. Sobrang parang libre na halos. Kasi doon sa first 6 months pa lang, kikita ka na kaagad. Mababayaran mo na kaagad eh. Tinulungan ka rin nila para mabayaran mo sila eh. Napakalaking bagay. Tapos napaka-accommodating nila doon. May mga follow-up sila. Tumatawag sila minsan sa amin kahit mangungumusta lang eh. Kung kumusta yung machine, meron kami mga bagong programs, may mga seminars kami na pwede niyong puntahan, pwede niyong attendan. Kung maiisipan ninyo na kailangan ninyo ng assistance, huwag kayong mahing lumapit sa DOST dito sa setup program nila. Matutulungan talaga kayo ng gusto. Sobrang laki. Hindi nyo mararamdaman yung kabigatan. May experience ninyo rito na kung ano yung dream ninyo mangyayari. Nung narinig ko yung program ng IO Forward Philippines ng DOST, naisip ko sana nung pauwi pa lang ako sa Pilipinas during the time na OFW pa ako, nalaman ko na siguro hindi na ako nag-struggle ng gusto. May training na kasi kaagad. Tapos may financial assistance na agad, guaranteed yun. Basta may ayos mo lang lahat ng requirements mo, guaranteed yun. So, we could also apply for the setup. Magagamit mo rin. So, I mean, parang hitting multiple birds in a single stone. Probably not just even two. Sa mga OFW, especially mga kasama ko, mga nakilala ko dyan sa abroad, I recommend na kung gusto nyo may magbago sa buhay, might as well i-grab ninyo yung opportunity ng iForward Philippines ng DOST. I don't think you'd go wrong with this one. Kasi hindi naman tayo habang buhay pwedeng nandyan eh. Babalik at babalik talaga tayo dito. Pag babalik tayo dito, siguraduhin na natin na may dahilan. Hindi lang para ma-bless tayo financially, makatulong din tayo dun sa maraming Pilipino nandito. Baka nga kailangan nila kayo eh. Kailangan nila ng employer. Baka nandyan yung mga employer nila. Nandyan pa sa abroad. Kaya, let's unite. Pilipino para sa Pilipinas dapat yan. Kung pupunta tayo abroad, magbabakasyon tayo, hindi tayo tatrabaho dyan.
Chicano. I'm the owner and the developer, innovator of cocoa cellulose technology. The products that we have developed for disaster are cocoa patch and cocoa gel. Nurse ako before sa Philippine General Hospital and I've seen the need to ease the pain, especially sa mga may sugat, kaya naisipan kong i-develop yung product. Ang napili kong material to use is coconut. Because basically coconut, especially monolaurin, do have the antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal property. Abroad, it was been developed para gawin siyang wound dressing. And I started it way back 2007 nung nagtatrabaho ako na every wound care product na available in the country is imported. Kaya ako dinevelop dito yung material and the product itself, which is the cocoa patch and cocoa gel, is to uplift the coconut industry, the cellulose grower industry, and also the wound care management system in the Philippines. And this is the first ever wound care product na gawa dito sa Philippines. Way back 2008, I was starting developing it. Natulungan ako ng DOST ng 2011 regarding with the materials na kailangan ko for manufacturing, which is the autoclave at saka ang vacuum sealer, and also sa mga testing. Nag-guide nila ako how to establish standards in creating the product and also with the antimicrobial properties of it. Yung kinatatakutan nilang bacteria, which is the Pseudomonas aeruginosa, medyo matinding bacteria yan, na-inhibit niya yung growth. And that was established by Department of Science Technology and also the assay testing ng product kung gaano karami ang nare-retain sa material sa cocoa cellulose gel and the cocoa cellulose patch is na-establish din ng Department of Science and Technology to make my product even better. Pwede na ma-level sa class ng international standard ng wound care products. Mga disaster, especially right now, there's a lot of disasters is happening, katulad ng burn or earthquake. Hindi imposible na walang magkaroon ng sugat, especially pag mga flame burn, yun ang kadalasan na accident na nangyayari. Usually, ginagawa nila, lalagyan na ng betadine and ng gauze. And after pagkalagay ng gauze, pag tinanggal, masakit. Tsaka kailangan araw-araw siyang pinapalitan. And the cocoa patch and cocoa gel, this material is biocompatible, biodegradable, that can be used in a variety of medical devices and cosmetic product. It has a good absorbent capacity sa mga sugat. Pag nilagay mo siya, hindi siya araw-araw pinapalitan, 3 days siya, tapos sinisip-sip niya yung nana. It directly cleanses the wound. It also gives comfort to the patient kasi malamig siya pag nilagay. My vision is to uplift the industry not only here in the Philippines but also globally. The US is very helpful sa paggawa. I am so very thankful with the agency, with Secretary De La Peña, Director Jojo, and the USIC Solidum for the help at saka sa mga dinedevelop ko pong product out of coconut. Regarding Filipinos for the preparedness, na-institute naman ever since yung mga go bags natin, yung mga go kits natin na kailangan meron talaga tayo sa bahay. In any case, anong mangyari, meron tayo on the go kits, kung may pangsugat, flashlight, everything, para lagi tayong handa. Iba na ang handa rather than mabibigla ka with the situation na pwedeng mangyari.
the aim to empower the poor in marginalized sectors, especially in geographically isolated and depressed areas, the Department of Science and Technology Regional Office 1 launched the program Community Empowerment Through Science and Technology in the municipality of Subbun, Ilocos Sur, adopting 3 out of 6 barangays. One of the 3 barangays is Barangay Danak. Through rural rapid appraisal, Barangay Danak was assessed in existing potentials, resources, and aspirations. This served as basis in the deployment of appropriate technological intervention. Under economic enterprise development, capability building activities were conducted on-site, such as the ubi processing training.
Dahil sa layo, ang nagagawa noon o nangyayari noon, participants lang ang naiimbita na mag-attend ng livelihood projects or livelihood trainings dito sa poblasyon. Ang naging epekto niyan, ang mga participants parang hindi nagagamit kasi wala silang magagamit na kagamitan kung babalik sila sa kanilang barangay. Hindi gaya nung dumating na yung mga livelihood programs na ibinigay ng DOST, ang nangyayaring training, yung naibibigay na livelihood on-site na po sa mga barangays. At natutuwa naman ang mga tao doon na dumating na yung mga livelihood programs. Halos lahat na yung mga tao doon ay naging recipient.
In addition, food safety training and assessment and 2 sets of training on bookkeeping and marketing strategies were facilitated. To increase sales and improve product quality, DOST provided label designs and packaging materials for the product developed. To increase production and minimize wastage, a multi-commodity solar tunnel dryer or MCSTD developed by Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization or PhilMec with stainless tables, dehydrator, pulverizer, and cooking utensils were awarded to the association.
Tapno ma-improve dagiti product mi adati solar dryer, pulverizer, hydrator, ken dagiti lamisaan, table. Tano awan dagiti hani matlaeng nga maarami dagiti nga OB wine. Nga agtaod amin iti DOST.
With these interventions, the association is now SEC registered, producing quality ubi wine in powder, generating around 50,000 pesos annual income and providing alternative livelihood to 15 women in the community.
Nung pumasok na po ang DOST at nagpa-training na po sila ng kung paano i-process yung mga OB namin, wala na pong nasasayang kasi naluluto na po namin silang lahat. Tumaas po ang kita namin kumpara noon sa pagbebenta lang namin sa Baguio kasi napaprocess na po namin lahat ang aming produkto. Kung dati ay hindi nila kilala ang aming lugar, nung nagpa-process na po kami ng OB, mas nakilala na nila ang aming produkto at ang aming community.
Yung mga organizations na nabuo doon, sila'y nagiging capable na sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo. Makikita mo talaga na sila ay naging empowered sa mga trainings na naibigay sa kanila. Hindi na sila nagdedepende sa LGU. Sila na ang gumawa ng kanilang sariling produkto na nagbibigay na rin ng kanilang additional income. And I appreciate much that capabilities and technologies na nai-transfer sa kanila.
Also, DOST and PhilMec introduced moringa powder production to which the community planted 150 moringa trees. In health and nutrition, CEST adopted the DOST package for the improvement of nutrition for young children or DOST Pinoy. 2 phases of the MRP were conducted in the communities, ensuring reduction of malnutrition rates. Health workforce in the community were trained on DOST Pinoy modules, while undernourished kids were fed complementary foods within 120 days. The feeding recorded malnutrition reduction to 33% for the first phase, while 66.67% during the second phase.
Awan pala ang jay tulong ti DOST ito'y barangay ni Danak ada ti Marnolis mi nga sa nga pulo nga agpababa. Ngam idi inmay ti DOST nga inkwada ti tulong da kada kami. Adamot piman ti feeding nga inyagdad toy at kaasin ti apo ti Marnolis mi tata. Idi nagrogi ti 2019 duwa may sa kasjay ngam tata nga taon nga 2020 awan ti Marnolis.
Through CEST, a total of 238 ceramic water filters with water-in solutions were deployed in Sugpun. The filters were upgraded with the provision of 16 units of bucket-type filters to 16 clustered houses in the barangay, with a total of 94 household beneficiaries.
This CEST program gave us the norm regarding sa water and sanitation. And napakalaking bagay ito na potable na po at safe na po yung drinking water ng 100% of the barangay folks of Lipungan, Pangutan, and Tanak.
The shortage of water in one of the sitio was addressed through the installation of a solar water distribution system, benefiting 50 households lacking with water supply during the dry season. In the human resource development, the Starbucks or Science and Technology academic and research-based openly operated kiosk station with complete computer set was awarded to the e-center of the municipality, while a smart TV and a computer set with SNT modules were provided to the NAP Elementary School. Teacher representatives from the school participated in the computer skills enhancement training, familiarizing them on basic computer operations.
Okay, ang epekto ng intervention na ito ng DOST sa Danak Elementary School, nadagdagan ang skill ng mga guro sa pagmamonitor.
Before we begin, please be reminded of our house rules. Proper decorum is expected among all participants. Any act of disrespect and rudeness shall not be tolerated throughout the duration of the meeting. Kindly key in your questions for the panelists in the Q&A. These will be answered during the open forum.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting. I am academician Windel Rivera, member of the Biological Sciences Division of NAST Philippines, and I will be your moderator for this panel discussion. So, in this session, we have two speakers who will discuss topics related to viral evolution, dynamics, and modeling interventions. Now, after the two speakers, we have two panelists who will share their perspectives in relation to the topics and guide questions. And this will be followed by a short open forum. So before we start, we would like to remind again our speakers and panelists to be conscious of their allotted time. Each speaker is given 15 minutes to present, while each panelist is given 5 minutes to talk. Let me now introduce our first speaker this afternoon, Professor Philip Alviola, who will discuss the biology and evolution of viruses like SARS-CoV-2. With 24 years of experience as a wildlife biologist, Professor Alviola is an associate professor and a PhD candidate at the Institute of Biological Sciences, UP Los Baños, and also a 2017 Outstanding Young Scientist awardee. Since 2007, he has conducted bat zoonotic research in company with international virologists, which resulted in the discovery of several novel virus genotypes, including coronavirus, hantavirus, and the gamma herpes virus from Philippine bats. Professor Alviola received a commendation by the Philippine Senate under House Resolution number 141 in 2019 as one of the 8 Filipinos included in the top 100 scientists in the Asia-Pacific region. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Professor Alviola.
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Philip Alviola. My talk is divided into two. First is the possible transmission origins of SARS-CoV-2 to humans, and the second is our current research on bat-derived coronavirus in the Philippines. Right. The first part of my talk is lifted mainly from the joint WHO-China study, which aims to identify the zoonotic source of the virus and the route of introduction to human population. So they did a study back in January 14 to February 10 of this year, and the report was released in the last weeks of March and made some changes in the first week of April. So the study also included working groups on epidemiology, molecular epidemiology and bioinformatics, and animal and environment. So essentially sticking to the One Health core. And from that report, they assessed the possibility of several emergence pathways. There are 4 actually that they identified. First would be your direct zoonotic transmission. Second would be via an intermediate host. The third is from a cold or food chain. And the fourth would be on your lab accident. Okay. So for the first emergence pathway, direct zoonotic transmission. So essentially this pathway is that there's an animal reservoir, possibly a bat, and then there's a zoonotic contact where the SARS-CoV-2 jump into humans, then of course eventually spread out to become a pandemic that we see today. And the joint study assessed this emergence pathway possibility as possible to likely. So what are the arguments in favor of this pathway? So we've probably know in some of the papers that come out last year and this year that there's a high similarity, 96.2% SARS-CoV-2 with a coronavirus from Rhinolophus affinis. The coronavirus is termed as RATG13, which is caught in Yunnan, China. So this was south of one province, one city. And in the paper by Supaporn published in Nature earlier this year, so there are evidence of a SARS-CoV-2 related coronaviruses that are circulating in bats across Southeast Asia. Actually, in Thailand, they identified SARS-CoV-2 related viruses from Rhinolophus acuminatus, which coincidentally is also found in the Philippines in the island of Palawan. And these SARS-CoV-2 related viruses have similarity with the SARS-CoV-2 up to the upper 90%, 92-93% similarity. What about the arguments against this emergence pathway? Molecular studies would indicate that there's simply decades of evolutionary space between SARS-CoV-2 and its nearest relative, the bat-CoV RATG13. As you can see in the divergence estimates between the human coronavirus and the bat coronavirus, estimates vary from as early as the late 1960s or up to the early 1990s. So there's this genetic space that exists between, there should be a common ancestor between the two viruses. And then, of course, there's still no evidence of a direct transmission coming from a bat with the coronavirus that has been transmitted to humans. There's no evidence of direct transmissions, such as from eating bats or contact with urine and feces. So there's still no smoking gun to implicate bats as the source of the SARS-CoV-2. And of course, with the nearest bat coronavirus that was captured in Yunnan province, that's about 1,365 kilometers from Wuhan. So it's really, it's quite a distance actually. And you would imagine that what is the mechanism for that virus to travel that very long distances? Okay, so going with emergence pathway number 2. So this one involves an intermediate host. So very explanatory. So you have this animal reservoir in which the virus was transmitted to an intermediate animal host, and then eventually it comes into contact with humans. The plausibility for this emergence pathway is likely to very likely. So it has the highest plausibility rating among the 4. So the arguments in favor for this pathway would be, like I said earlier, there's this evolutionary distance between the bat coronavirus and SARS-CoV-2, and this would suggest a missing link. This would suggest a missing link, meaning that there could be an intermediate host before coming into contact with humans. And then, of course, with a publication in Current Biology by Zhang et al., they identified that the coronavirus from pangolin is about 91.02% identical to SARS-CoV-2. And of course, wild animal trade and farming is prevalent in China and Southeast Asia, and in high numbers and in high density. So the probability for spread of the virus can be it's very, very conducive for this. On the other hand, what about the arguments against? So the joint WHO China went to, of course, to China, of course, and they also sampled for genomic and serology testing for domestic and wild animals. Although it's limited, but all of their samples turned out negative, as you can see in the table from the joint WHO China study. So, but on the other hand, the scientists acknowledges that they only did some limited, very limited testing, and they really want to pursue this on a much grander scale, and even going beyond China, going to neighboring countries of Southeast Asia, and even on Western Asia as well. What about emergence pathway number 3? This is your cold or food chain. So essentially, these are your animal products and containers in cold food chain as a pathway. So nangyari dito is baka nagkahawaan sa mga pagkain that were packed and that were sold in the markets. They assess the possibility as possible. And the arguments in favor for this is that they have found presence of SARS-CoV-2 in unopened packages and containers in different cities in China. As you can see here on the map, so we have several cities in China that had positive for SARS-CoV-2 in the cold chain or in the food chain. And actually, this was implicated as probably the source of a re-emergence of that outbreak late in 2020 in some of them in Qingdong province. Prior to that, they've already stamped out the coronavirus successfully, but eventually it re-emerged again. And the probable culprit would be the cold or food chain. On the other hand, the arguments against this emergence pathway is that there's still no conclusive evidence for a foodborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2. So we cannot say for sure, or definitely the scientists cannot say for sure that you can get coronavirus, COVID-19, from eating this food or this food that's come out from the market. And they've also tested for animal products, even retroactive testing, and they all turned out negative. Okay, and for the last emergence pathway, very controversial, the virus probably came out from an accidental infection of a staff from laboratory activities. Very controversial. They sparked several conspiracy theories all over the world. On the other hand, the joint study definitely made a decision or made a assessment that deliberate release was ruled out. It's definitely ruled out, just based on which is already published in Nature, the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 by Christian Andersen et al. So if you want to go into this further, we can do that in the Q&A. So the joint group assessed this possibility as extremely unlikely. So the arguments in favor is that for the simplest reason that the bat-cov rat G13, the nearest relative of SARS-CoV-2, is sequenced at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But that's about it. And the arguments against it is that there aren't any records of viruses closely related to SARS-CoV-2 in any laboratory. This is worldwide, much even in China, before December 2019. So wala pong nilulutong yung mga SARS-CoV-2 viruses all over the world. And there weren't, looking at the records of the Virology Institute, there weren't any incidents of ailments from the lab workers, nor were there any accidents that were logged in their logbook. Okay, so for the second part of my talk, so punta tayo sa Pilipinas. So into our research, so our current research on bat-derived viruses in the Philippines. So we've done this since 2007, like Mom G has said. So we've covered 11 provinces and islands, which resulted to 12 publications and discovery of 8 virus family that actually exist in the Philippines, and also resulted to discovery as well of 8 novel viruses. So this is a collaborative work between in UP Los Baños from College of Veterinary Medicine, the Museum of Natural History, and the Institute of Biological Sciences. And we have very fruitful collaboration with several universities in Japan. And 2 of these papers resulted in publication on coronaviruses, which I will describe in the next slides. So the first paper, bat coronaviruses and experimental infection of bats, the Philippines, which was published in 2010. So we sampled bats in UP Los Baños and UP Diliman, and in Biodiversity Management Bureau Park in Quezon City. And we found 2 types of coronavirus, the alpha and the beta. It's very important to note that SARS-CoV-2 belongs to the genus beta coronavirus. And from this study, we've discovered 2 novel viruses, the alpha coronaviruses, identified as BT-CoV Philippines Diliman 1552 G1 2008. It has a 95% identity with the BT-CoV from China, A515, that was discovered in 2005. For the beta coronavirus, identified as also found in Diliman, but with a different number, it has an 83% similarity with a bat coronavirus that was found in Hong Kong in 2007. The second paper that came out from our research is on the genomic and serological detection of bat coronavirus from bats in the Philippines. So we did 2 kinds of tests, RT-PCR and Western blot serology test. So we captured more than 200 individuals of bats across Calabarzon. So we have Diliman, Tanay Rizal, Santo Tomas Batangas, Los Baños, of course, and Atimonan. And out of the 202 bats that we've sampled, genome testing revealed that at least 29% of those bats had coronavirus. And serology testing would indicate that 2/3 of these bats were exposed to coronavirus as well. And from this study, we also discovered 2 additional novel coronavirus, the BAT-CoV V2231 in 2010 and the BAT-CoV 2265 also in 2010. So now on Luzon Island, we now have at least, we know of 4 different coronavirus genotypes that is circulating in bats, bat population on Luzon Island. There's one in Mindanao discovered by Dr. Lair Murao, which we'll talk later, after me, about the 5th coronavirus in the Philippines. And of course, we had just a project proposal that has been approved by the eAsia Joint Research Program. So our plan is to develop a simulation model for for prediction of the next outbreak of bat-derived coronavirus infection in humans. So to end my talk, I'm going to propose some policy recommendations. There are 4 of them. First is the expand the Philippine Interagency Committee on Zoonosis, or the PhilZZ, to include DOST, especially with the newly instituted Virology Institute, and CHED for zoonotic virus documentation and surveillance. Second would be modernization plan of our state universities and colleges to enhance or establish virology and wildlife ecology programs. The third one would be there should be a transnational boundary cooperation, particularly especially within Southeast Asia, for illegal wildlife trade apprehension and, of course, for zoonotic virus surveillance. So right now it's all about illegal wildlife trade apprehension, but we should add another different dimension and include virus surveillance as well. And the last one is we should institutionalize a nationwide documentation of traded wildlife animal commodity chain. So unfortunately, we don't have this much data actually that exists here in the Philippines. You don't know what are the areas in the Philippines where wildlife animals are being sold or traded. Where's the source? What is the supply-demand loop? And what is the commodity movement from the forest? Does it involve middlemen? And when does it end, or where does it end in the markets? So maraming salamat po, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Alviola, for that very informative talk, and also for discussing your local studies and the possible scenarios, pathways for SARS-CoV-2 emergence in humans, and also their relative likelihood. We will now proceed to the second topic, biosystems modeling of hazards and risks, which will be discussed by Dr. Jomar Rabahante, Dean of the UPLB Graduate School. Well, Dr. Rabahante is a professor and scientist at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and Physics, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and holds an appointment as Junior Associate at the Quantitative Life Sciences Group of the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics in Italy. Dr. Rabahante obtained in year 2016 his Doctor of Science degree in Mathematical and Systems Engineering, major in Environment and Energy Systems from Shizuoka University in Japan as a Japanese government Mombushu scholar, and also completed a higher education teaching certificate from the Derek Bock Center for Teaching and Learning in Harvard University. Let us all welcome Dr. Jomar Rabahante.
Magandang araw. My talk today is about biosystems modeling of hazards and risk. I am Jomar F. Rabahante from the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and Physics of UP Los Baños. I am also a fellow of the UP Resilience Institute. I am currently a member of the UP COVID-19 Pandemic Response Team. When we talk about risk, we usually consider risk as a function of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. As a mathematical modeler or as an applied mathematician, we can help in assessing and addressing risk. For example, for hazards, we can help in the monitoring and forecasting of hazards. For example, volcanic eruptions, typhoon. But for me, I am a mathematical epidemiologist. I can help, for example, in the monitoring and forecasting of epidemics, of outbreaks. What we are having now, COVID-19, we can help in that in this pandemic, in this situation, and also not just for COVID-19, but for other diseases like dengue and neglected tropical diseases, malaria, HIV. So we can help somehow in assessing and addressing risk of outbreaks. We can consider outbreaks as disasters. And we can also help somehow in the education and community awareness. We know no community has zero risk. For epidemics, every community can have risk of having an outbreak. For example, what we had in 2019, we had dengue outbreak in the Philippines. So with this, our models, the output, the results of our models can help in educating the public what might be the satisfying or optimal strategies to control an outbreak, and also our data analytics, the data visualization that we can provide can help in providing the communities what information they need to learn, and what insights are very valuable in terms of mitigating or controlling the, for example, epidemic diseases. Okay, so also we can help in making human societies to be resilient, and we can also provide design, anti-fragile design, where societies, even though they are challenged, they can still improve, they can cope, and with the risk that they have, we can minimize that by, for example, minimizing inequalities, creating good design for their homes, minimizing or eliminating roots of poverty. So somehow, of course, we are just part of a small community. Mathematicians are just part of a community. We are just a small part, but we can provide information, data, where our scientific community and our government can help address this risk. And when we talk about risk, one of the things that we tell people is that risks are not deterministic. We usually face uncertainties. Risks are probabilistic in the sense that when we think of hazard, vulnerability, exposure, we actually don't know what might happen in the future. There's no data for the existing yet for the future. So what we usually do is to create scenarios. And one of the things that I want to also inform the public, when we talk about probabilistic risk, they are not usually normally distributed. And actually, mostly, risks are over dispersed in the sense that the variance is greater than the mean. We usually just do not consider the mean only. It's very dangerous to consider the average. We should also consider how dispersed the risk is, and we need to consider what communities are more vulnerable. For example, in this graph that I'm showing to you now, is about macroparasite infections. And in macroparasite infections, many people don't have or only have very few parasite burden. Okay, the load of parasite, let's say, for example, in their body is very few. But there are some people, like the red one here, who have most of the parasites. And we can, as we can see this graph, the variance here is greater than the mean. And this person who has a large number of parasites inside his or her body can be the super spreader later on. So when we think of risk, we always need to consider risk as probabilistic and risk which is over dispersed. Okay? Over dispersion is very necessary. We should not delete the outliers, because when we just consider the average, that's very dangerous. Usually, those outliers can be the disaster that will have a greater impact in our communities. And again, one of the things that we need to consider in being probabilistic is we need to consider scenarios. When we look at risk, we should consider not just one scenario, but many scenarios. And one method that we can use is this one, event tree analysis, where we map what are the possible events, what are the possible scenarios that can happen. And we can, if we have data or if we have information, somehow we can compute probabilities. As a mathematical modeler, we usually help in addressing real-world problem by not considering the whole real-world problem. Because when we consider the whole real-world problem, it's very difficult, sometimes impossible or impractical to find a direct solution. So what we usually do is to select a portion of the real-world problem, and by having assumptions, we can do abstraction. Why we do this? Because usually we need to frame the problem such that we can work on that problem and doing some mathematical abstraction by converting the real-world system to mathematical expressions. And by this, we can somehow manipulate the expressions, mathematical expressions, and later on, we hope to have solution by doing analysis, interpretation of the results, doing validation, or even testing the sensitivity of our results. So this is usually what we do. We create models as a mathematical representation of the real-world problems based, of course, on assumptions. And one of the best practices is that during the abstraction and during the analysis, interpretation, and validation, and sensitivity analysis, we need data. That's why in our real-world situation now, where we have huge amount of data, we need more data scientists because it is an integral part of mathematical modeling. Data analytics is an integral part of mathematical modeling. Just to show you an example, for example, when we want to model dengue outbreak, we can have a somehow schematic diagram of how dengue can spread among people and of course also among the vectors, the mosquitoes. So what we usually do is with this diagram, we convert that to mathematical expressions. And if the mathematical model is somehow not that simple, we can simulate that. We can program an algorithm to do the simulation. And after that, we can have the results. And after having the results, we can interpret that with respect to the situation where we are now. For example, in the Philippines, what's the implication of these results? How can we control the epidemics? So we need to go back again to the problem. What are the biological implications of these mathematical results? Okay, and as an applied mathematician, when we do mathematical models, it is like creating a story. So for example, in COVID-19, we can help in monitoring where we are now, what's happening now, and one of the things that we can do to monitor that is to have metrics. We can help in the computation of the metrics so that we know where we are now in the storyline. Are we still in the outbreak initiation phase? Definitely not, because we have thousands of cases now. So are we in the exponential phase? Are we now in the new normal phase? When are we going to have herd immunity, etc.? So we need to have metrics to answer these questions, and definitely in calculating the metrics, we need data, we need quantitative algorithms or formula, and we can help in this effort. And we as mathematical modelers, we have many methods available for us. Of course, we learned that from the university, and also we also do research in creating new algorithms. And as we have many methods available, we can use this for specific objectives. For example, when we do forecasting or when we want to do backcasting, somehow we can predict scenarios, and after that we can prescribe solutions to problems. So depending on the specific objectives, what are the methods available? There are lots of methods available. If you want to describe the phenomenon, if you want to diagnose the system, what are the problems? When we want to explain phenomena, okay, what if we want to predict scenarios? What if we have this system, there's a problem in this system, we did the prediction, then how can we prescribe solutions to the problems of this system? So we can help in the analysis and analytics. Analytics is more on creating value to our analysis by having insights that can give us knowledge and wisdom with respect to the system that we are working on. And in our community, this is actually one of the not so much being talked about, because we are as mathematicians, we are not that familiar yet with what biologists or social scientists are usually doing in terms of the best practices. And one of these things is we still don't talk about ethics in our field of mathematics. But I think this is one of the things that we need to improve on, especially here in the Philippines. We need to have somehow a policy or ethical standard in creating models and in releasing results. So there's one paper published in Frontiers where they're suggesting ethical good practices for mathematical modeling in public health. And two of the things that I want to emphasize here is, as mathematicians, mathematical modelers, we need to be transparent with our methods. We need to always inform the public of our assumptions, because we know our model is as good as our assumptions. We need to tell the public how we analyze the models, what are the methods used, and of course also I think one of the most important part of this ethical practice is to consider the benefits, the cost, and if our model results will harm communities or harm people. So we need to consider these things, because our model is not just about numbers, but our model is about humans. It's about lives of people. So it can help build communities or address problems, but it can also be used for political propaganda or in destroying societies. Numbers can be deceiving, and that's why we always need to consider ethics. Lastly, one of the things that we need to consider here in the Philippines is to continue building our community of mathematical modelers. For example, us in the field of mathematical biology, we've started way back. Actually, even before 2010, there's already a number of people doing mathematical biology, not just for humans, but also for animal diseases, plant diseases. There are already people doing mathematical biology in the Philippines. But it is just recent that we were able to have some formal gathering. So in 2018, we had the first international workshop on mathematical biology held in Cebu, then in 2019 in Bohol, and then in 2020, before the pandemic, we had the international workshop on mathematical biology in UPLB. And this is very timely because during that time in 2020, one of the major topics and major focus of our workshop is in mathematical epidemiology. And as we have seen from the past year and currently, data analytics and mathematical modeling for epidemics are really very helpful in addressing issues related to COVID-19. Okay, so with this, I want to end my talk by again summarizing what are the take-home messages that I want to impart. First, when we talk about risk, we need to consider the risk as being probabilistic. We should always think that risks are probabilistic, and risks are not usually normally distributed. We should not always think of the average only. We need to consider the variance. We need to consider the entropy, the being over dispersed. Okay? We should not delete the outliers. So we always need to think probabilistically, and that means we need to build scenarios, study scenarios, and each scenario, whether that's worst or mid scenario or the best case, we need to be prepared. Okay? We need to be prepared. Second, as mathematical modelers, we have many tools available depending on the specific objectives. But one of the things that we need to always consider is that in every mathematical model, data is very important. So we need more data scientists in the Philippines. Data is very much integrated in mathematical models. And third, we always need to consider the ethics of mathematical modeling, specifically transparency, and we always need to inform the public about the cost, about the benefits that our model can provide. Okay? And lastly, we need to build a community of mathematical modelers in the Philippines. We need more people. Our problem is not just COVID-19. We have more problems out there, and we need more people in the area of applied math, statistics, or computer science, or data science who can help in providing insights and foresight to our policymakers, to our decision makers, and also in the implementation and evaluation of policies. So with this, I'm ending my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabahante, for that talk, especially for discussing the mathematical modeling process and the role of data analytics, especially in the science of epidemiology. Also for highlighting the probabilistic nature of risks and the ethical practices needed in modeling studies. Well, at this point, we will now proceed to our panel discussion. The first to give their insights is Engineer Nathaniel Vincent Lubrica, Executive Director of the Research and Innovation Office, University of the Cordilleras. Engineer Lubrica is a licensed civil engineer and environmental planner, also a pollution control officer accredited by the Environmental Management Bureau. He is an associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines and a board member of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Baguio. Engineer Lubrica led various geographic information system related programs and projects funded by the DOST and DILG, which include the development of a University of the Cordilleras Geographic Information System Innovation Laboratory. Also, analysis of dengue cases in Baguio City using GIS and re-engineering the citizen satisfaction index survey using GIS. Engineer Lubrica, the screen is now yours.
Hello, sir. I think I submitted a video presentation.
Engineer Lubrica, NAS doesn't have your video, so can you speak using this PowerPoint?
Okay.
Thank
can
you.
Hear me, sir? Can you hear me? Hello, I think they're playing the video, sir. No audio. It's just there's no audio on it. Can I request them for the PowerPoint? Hindi ata maano yung audio, sir. Ayan, okay. Sige. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Okay, I'll be presenting moving forward with COVID-19. So you will know later on why it's going forward. So in my presentation, I will connect our research projects with some concepts of the GIS and the data value chain, including also some literature reviews to eventually come up with recommendations. Next, please. Okay, so what you can see here is something from Johns Hopkins University about using the ArcGIS platform on COVID-19, so worldwide. So you have here, it's called a dashboard. So you have statistics, you have the map, and the location of these cases, clustering, as well as graphs. Next, please. Okay, so recently we have concluded a study in the analysis of dengue cases in Baguio using the GIS. And from here, we applied the modeling techniques. So in our approach, we use the first level was to identify the strong predictors of dengue. And from there, from a wide array of wide array of factors, from socio-demographic factors and physical attributes of the barangays, we found out that urbanization and interconnected housing are the strongest predictors of dengue cases. So there's also the factor on the presence of the built-up areas, but as well as we found that there's a lot of data gaps in the barangay level. Okay. Next, please. So also last year, during the lockdown, we assisted stranded students using technology, the ArcGIS technology, the GIS cloud, in identifying and responding to their needs. So we use this as a platform, as well as a technological platform. And next, please. Also, we use some real-time web GIS platforms like the GIS Cloud to assist our local government units in recording these different cases of COVID. As you can see here in the next slide, this is one of the results of the training. Next, please. So you have the map that was made by an LGU here in Benguet, wherein we were able to train these LGUs on how to apply the GIS in their COVID-19 mapping, as well as response. As you can see here, you have the different facilities as well in the map. Next. And also, aside from the LGUs, we have also line agencies like the DOH CAR, which use the platforms that we have trained them, we have used in the training. Next, please. Okay. Also, in partnership with the UP Diliman, we had this recently concluded study on land surface temperature of Baguio, as you can see here, across different years. And from here, we were able to produce land cover maps as well as land surface temperature models for the different years. So we had this spatiotemporal analysis of UHIs, or the urban heat islands in Baguio City. And we use this map to also analyze diseases like dengue. Next, please. So let me just give you a background about GIS. So GIS is defined as a set of tools for collecting, storing, retrieving, acquiring, transforming, and displaying spatial data from the real world for a particular set of purpose. So the power of the map and data is in the GIS, Geographic Information System. So in short, next please. GIS stands for geographic. It is an expression because you can use colors, various symbols, and so on. And it's an information. It's used for decision making, and it's a popular tool for decision support. And it's a system as a whole because it includes manpower, hardware, software, and certain processes. So that's a GIS. So in a GIS, you enter data, it will be processed, it will come out as an information used for decision-making purposes. Next, please. So you have here also, as a Spartan scholar, I learned this in the concept of getting grounded in analytics, the data value chain. You must be wondering why is Engineer Lubrica presenting those maps and not the model itself? Because something that I learned in being a Spartan scholar is starting with certain levels, that if we want to institutionalize modeling and analytics, we need to go back to the basic part, on the data value chain. So there must be the presence of the data, the information, how we translate this data, the insights, what happened, and the imperatives, what can we do. Okay. So next, please. So in the data value chain, there are different stages. So hindi pwedeng pumunta ka agad sa modeling or algorithms or even optimization strategies. But instead, you need first to start on stage 1. So the data management part and so on. Then stage 2, of course, the popular here is data warehousing. So it's where you store data and so on. Then from there, that's stage 3, you now go to data mining, machine learning, algorithms, and so on. Then go to stage 4 on, of course, what can be done? What's the recommendation? What are the prescriptive analytics? Next, please. So here are the different analytics job families. They have their own function. That's why if we want to create that data value chain, all of this must be present as well. Hindi naman pwede na data engineer lang ang meron. You need to have these analytics job families to really complete a data value chain as well. Next, please. Okay, so something that I have researched just to enhance the projects I presented a while back are some literature review about social environmental factors in COVID-19, which again, as you can see here, similar to the study that we conducted about the role of the built and social environmental variables and its effect on the COVID-19 death counts, as well as the crowding ratio. So these are the scientific evidences that we can help to support policies that we can somehow use to mitigate the effects of dengue. Also, you have the Black American ratio. I have read 2 research articles, research articles, again, having this. Pero sabi nga ng ibang scientists, researchers, ginagamit nila ito parang discriminatory masyado na ginagamit nila itong Black American ratio. But it is one of the findings of this research. Next, please. So they use maps like what we did also in our dengue study, and from this death count and positive cases. Next, please. They analyze this and they used analytical methods, like the different housing types, housing unit types, and from there they were able to come up with those findings a while back. So in our approach, we feel that is also applicable to COVID-19. What we used was the information values and the weight of evidence to determine the strong predictors, medium predictors of dengue, which we feel that is also applicable to COVID-19 as well. Next, please. So in another recently published article, so the spatio-temporal pattern has something to do with the infectious disease outbreaks. So parang nangyayari kasi ngayon is that they get the whole statistics of Baguio as a whole statistics of Manila as a whole, parang ganun. But as a GIS advocate, we believe that may role yung spatio-temporal pattern in identifying, syempre, in a certain barangay, like what we did in the dengue study, there are characteristics of these barangays that are different from other barangays as well. So in here, so you're talking about, okay, on a global sense as well, okay, highlighting the impacts of the environmental variation, which was extensively discussed this morning. Next, please. Okay, so you can see there maps and analysis of different climatic variables. Okay, Next, please. Okay, also here, in the output of Nguyen in 2020, they use 164 million Google Street View images to analyze further COVID-19 and found out yun nga, urban development, you have single lane roads and green streets, as well as again you can see the percent black ratio and so on, as well as social demographic disparities and computer vision and big data image analysis. So they were able to identify the characteristics of areas that has high transmission rates. Next, please. So you can see here the picture. Next. Hello. Yeah. So those are just examples from here, and they use it in the analysis. Just imagine those 164 million Google Street View images that they were able to analyze. Next, please. Also, in China, there was that study by Xi et al. In 2020, associating the statistically significant relationship between temperature and relative risk. Okay, so this is a random effect meta-analysis that they did as well. And this is true as well in our findings, that land surface temperature has an effect on certain diseases. Next, please. Also, the link between the air pollution in London was done in this study. So, as you can see here, biosystems are showing their effects as well in urban areas when it comes to COVID-19. So finally, next please. Here are my recommendations. The role of biosystems in COVID-19 needs to be considered for more research and analysis. As I reconcile it with the presentation this morning, they also cited this as well. And a GIS-assisted approach to contact tracing, COVID-19 data management, and modeling will be very beneficial. So this is what we're advocating right now with our LGUs here in Baguio and Benguet as well. And notwithstanding also, the readiness of the local government units must be ensured before technology adaptation through technology needs assessment, needs analysis, and it must also have this concept, the data value chain. So, and finally, policies on the effect of the environment to COVID-19 need to be addressed as well. And finally, meron pa yatang end dito. Okay. Yeah. So in terms of technology usage, ito, kaya what I found out kung bakit nag-fulfill yung ibang technologies in this sense was the lack of the bottom-up approach and addressing the privacy issues. There was the privacy issues in the utilization of technologies. So can be the key in addressing utilization issues. So that's it. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Lubrica, for that talk, for discussing the value of GIS-assisted approach to contact tracing, COVID-19 data management, and also modeling. Okay, just a reminder to our attendees, if you have any questions, please type them in the Q&A box. Now, our second panelist is Dr. Rowena Antemano, adjunct professor in Mountain View College, Malaybalay, Bukidnon. Dr. Antemano is a neuroscience writer, health lecturer, and also a research consultant. She graduated from the West Visayas State University in Iloilo with a degree in BS Biology, and from the UP Diliman with a degree of MS Biology major in genetics. She obtained her doctorate degree in developmental neurobiology from Otto von Guericke University in Germany. And her research expertise includes cell lines, primary cell culture, rat brain perfusion, immunocytochemistry, and calcium imaging. She's a recipient of the National Award Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine in 2006 given by NAST Philippines. So let us all welcome Dr. Rowena Antemano.
The novel SARS-CoV-2 or Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2 has caused a horror worldwide and tremendously incapacitates our healthcare systems. It drops the world economy and affects the personal lifestyle as well as the emotional stability of people. COVID-19 caused by SARS-CoV-2 is one of the many foodborne viral diseases with respiratory and oral routes of transmission, according to Deutzer 2008. Although it is mainly respiratory, foodborne route is undeniable. Viruses may be transmitted by ingestion through the consumption of uncooked or undercooked flesh of butchered animals. SARS-CoV-2, an infectious virus in the gut, were recovered from both urine and stool samples of patients, indicating the infectious capability of SARS-CoV-2 via oral transmission. Nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, diarrhea, and abdominal pain are among the symptoms, according to Jones et al. 2020. Shireen et al. 2020 reported that consumption of infected animals is a major zoonotic transmission alongside inhalation or respiration. The following examples of coronaviruses are harbored by animals that are generally consumed worldwide. B-cov or bovine coronavirus causing dysentery in cattle was isolated in 1949. It also infects humans, pigs, turkeys, and chickens. It is detected by swab in intestinal tissues, feces, intestinal contents, rectal, and nasal swab fluids. Isolation of the virus is favorable in cell-line human rectal adenocarcinoma, but difficult in standard cell culture procedure, indicating the conducive environment of the cancer for viral growth, according to Fulton 2009. Bovine coronavirus can also infect and cause enteric disease in turkeys. Swine, whose meat is most commonly consumed worldwide, has 7 kinds of coronaviruses, causing respiratory, gastroenteritis, neurological, and digestive diseases in pigs. The most recent discovered virulent swine coronavirus, SARS-CoV, originated from bats. Each shares 86% sequence identity with the bat virus HKU2-CoV, according to DiCaro and Loroso 2020, indicating that swine and bat share the same viruses. Even coronaviruses such as infectious bronchitis virus, originally detected in the domestic fowls like chicken, turkey, and pheasant, has spread in other birds including gray-legged goose, mallard duck, and pigeon. This implies that the host range of IBV or infectious bronchitis virus extends beyond the chicken family. Recent findings show that SARS coronavirus infects a wide range of birds from both avian and mammalian origin. Other avian viruses include chicken anemia virus, feather disease virus, goose circovirus, parvovirus, goose hemorrhagic polyomavirus, Columbid circovirus in pigeons, reovirus, and West Nile virus. Chickens, too, have many viruses for all we know. Bats considered a delicacy in Guam and some Asian, African, Pacific Rim countries like Vietnam, Seychelles, Philippines, Indonesia, Palau, Thailand, China have 200 novel coronaviruses identified. Approximately 35% of the bat virome is composed of coronaviruses, since only a small portion of the taxonomic coronaviruses have been officially recognized by the International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses, or ICTV. Many bat viruses are still pending for official designation. MERS, or Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, caused by coronavirus, similar to coronavirus virus of bat was isolated from camel meat, a prized delicacy in the Middle East. According to the Global Trade magazine in 2020, Saudi Arabia consumes 113 kilometric tons of camel meat per year, threefold than that of United Arab Emirates, which is 35 kilometric tons, and Oman, which is only 16 kilometric tons, being the highest consumer in the Gulf countries. In the case of COVID-19 outbreak, there were no bats sold in Wuhan market at that time, according to the news, but other animals were there, perhaps contaminated by the virus, and or intermediate hosts like raccoons, civets, snakes, fishes, and pangolins were sold because the Chinese people consider them to possess healing properties. Canine coronavirus, originally identified in 1971. It causes enteritis in dogs worldwide. Similar coronavirus is identified also in foxes, raccoon, dogs, and cats. The intestinal disease caused by this coronavirus is also caused similarly by other enteric coronaviruses in pigs, causing maldigestion, malabsorption, or diarrhea. According to Fenner et al. 1987, indicating the oral digestion route of transmission and wide range of animals as intermediate hosts. Lastly, human coronaviruses HCoV 229E and HCoV OC43 were identified in humans in 2003. HCoV 229E, a coronavirus, originated in bats and transmitted to humans perhaps by consuming infected bats or through apple cusps as intermediate host. HCoV OC43 is a coronavirus that passed from rodents to humans through cattle, also by perhaps consuming infected meat, according to DeCaro and Loroso 2020. After 2002 SARS epidemic, two additional viruses were considered, or discovered rather. Coronavirus HCoV HL63 and HCoV HKU1, derived from bats and rodents respectively. All four viruses, HCoV 229E, HCoV OC43, NL63 and HCoV HKU1 are responsible for mild respiratory symptoms in immunocompetent patients. SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV are two different coronaviruses originated in bats and transmitted to humans by wild carnivores and dromedary camels respectively. In contrast to other HCoVs, these two viruses displayed an increased virulence, perhaps by increased consumption of infected carnivores and camel meat, causing severe pneumonia and even death of affected people, according to DeCaro and Loroso 2020. Coronaviruses from all mammals to date show that they are not limited to replicating or causing disease in a single host. SARS coronavirus is a wide host range. Clearly, there is a potential for the emergence of new coronavirus diseases in domestic birds and other animals that serve as food to human population. Some animal-borne viruses also spread like wildfire worldwide. For example, the ESF, or African swine flu, from infected pork, Ebola, and HIV viruses from consuming infected butchered bushmeats in Africa, such as chimpanzees and monkeys and other animals they have infected. Hepatitis E infects via enteric system from chronic consumption of uncooked or undercooked meat. Bird flu virus in sick ducks, chickens, and turkeys. Roux-sarcoma virus, a breast cancer virus in humans, was first isolated from chicken sarcoma. So while testing and social distancing are primarily preventive measures, I would say that reduction of consumption, if not avoidance from meat, fish, and poultry products, must also be considered. This is a big personal pandemic management to be decided by every individual citizen. Also, intentional and regular inspection for viral contamination of cattle, fish, and chicken farms, as well as slaughterhouses by pertinent government offices for the safety of the whole citizenry is important. ACE2, one important enzyme in the cell that regulates the blood circulation, is hijacked by COVID-19 virus. ACE2 receptors are found in the cell membranes of kidney, lung, heart, intestine, as well as in the nose and mouth of humans. ACE2 receptors are attachment sites for COVID-19 virus. When bound by COVID-19 virus, it triggers heart attack, diabetes, respiratory, and renal failures. ACE2 is increased by smoking and alcohol. Moringa oleifera, or commonly called malunggay, is a simple but very potent medical tree that covers a wide range of health-enhancing, disease-preventing, and therapeutic properties including anti-infertility, anti-cancer, anti-diabetes, hypertension, antibacterial, anti-helminthic, antifungal, and antiviral properties, including coronavirus inhibition. Corona or moringa is a potent ACE receptor inhibitor according to Khan et al. 2019. Also, flavonoids and many phytochemicals in plants significantly inhibits ACE2 enzyme. Activity suggesting that a rich plant-based diet is one of the best ways to combat, fight, or prevent, or avoid COVID-19 infection. To understand and develop treatments for COVID-19, animal models used are hamsters and rats. Mice also are engineered to be humanized ACE2 transgenic model for COVID-19 experiments. Artificial intelligence is used also in hospitals to assess COVID-19 patients and drug discovery and development experiments. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Antimano, for that talk, for informing our audience the coronaviruses known to infect animals that are generally consumed worldwide. Okay, so it's now time for our open forum. May I request our speakers and panelists to open their cameras? And I will read some of the questions from our Q&A box here in the Zoom. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have a number of questions from the audience. Let me read the first one. Okay, I think this question is directed to Professor Alviola. If SARS-CoV is possibly carried or present in rhinolophus bats, does this mean that we in the Philippines are prone to this virus? We have several caves in the country that are inhabited by such genus. How can we extend awareness about this, especially to those who are working on bats and to the local community whose source of living are through bat hunting?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's very, very relevant. First of all, SARS-CoV-2 per se is not found on bats, much less on rhinolophus bats. So in rhinolophus, these are your horseshoe bats. What they have found are SARS-related coronavirus, which is similar to SARS-CoV-2, but definitely different. Right, but still there is always a risk, especially with what researchers in Thailand has found, that there are several SARS-related COVID that has been found across Southeast Asia, and it's quite possible that it can be found as well in the Philippines. So what happens here is that there's always the risk na baka yung the coronavirus that are found on bats here in the Philippines might have the ability to jump to humans, and that risk is it's not taken lightly. So that's why we're also conducting currently right now a study on developing a simulation model to determine saan magkakaroon ng next bat-derived coronavirus infection. Right. Going back dun sa isa pang question about what about yung mga bat workers that are, mga bat ecologists. Right, for the past 6 or almost a year now, we've been also working on bats. Nagsusot kami ng mga PPEs. We look like astronauts. So halos lahat ng aming mga body surfaces are covered. So we use those hazmats and cover your face with masks, and then we also have shields. We also wear gloves. Of course, bats do tend to bite. So we cover that. So this is my advice as well to other wildlife ecology programs across the country, especially for those working on bats. Now you should take on safety protocols, particularly on clothing. So yung about the parang risk of baka makahawa yung mga panike sa mga tao. So this will take a concerted effort between the DNR, LGU, of course with DOH, para malaman sa mga tao na bats can be a potential source of zoonotic viruses. DNR, IUCN, CDC have strenuously advised no contact on bats. So ang nangyayari naman dito is we are coming into habitats of wildlife animals, for example, bats. So there's a narrowing interface. That's why you have this jumping of new emerging or re-emerging viruses into humans. So as much as possible, we need to eradicate the contact between wild animal populations and human populations. Yeah. Sorry it took so long.
That's okay. Thank you, Professor Albiola. I think the next question is directed to Dr. Abahante. What is the most effective mathematical model or data classification technique in predicting damages caused by typhoon and other hazards?
Yeah, thank you for that question. If we're going to talk about methods, there are many methods available. And the effectiveness of mathematical models or methods depend on the question that we want to answer. You need to always go back to the question. So there's no mathematical model or method that is universally dominant compared to the others. So we always need to go back to the question being asked. But siguro, now currently, just to make a general answer, we always need to use mathematical model that shows scenarios, probabilistic. Kasi most of the techniques currently na ginagamit is very certain, very deterministic, na if ever there will be randomness or changes in environment, hindi na siya ganun ka-robust. So we always need to think of probabilistic methods. So yun to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have already mentioned this in your comment earlier. Let me just check that. Okay. You have, I think, mentioned this, but for clarification, Dr. Abahante, how accurate and effective is the mathematical modeling, let's say in tracking the presence of the COVID virus or by preventing the infections?
Yeah, that's actually a tricky question, the word accurate. Because first, if we're going to do prediction or forecasting, we still don't know what's going to happen in the future. So we cannot really say it's accurate. We can only say it's accurate if we are already in the future, but we are not yet. So probably what I can say here is how precise are the results of mathematical models vis-a-vis the data available. So for us, for example, if we create SAIR models for COVID-19, we do data fitting. We fit the parameters to data to see how precise our results be. So I think that's the question. And also the idea here of being precise is not that yes or no. It's not binary, because there's gray area. In some parts, there could be very uncertain. In some parts, we are somehow certain that these are the scenarios. So probably, I think the other question might be is, of course, we are talking about preciseness, but the other question is how useful. So, because no model is perfect, but many models could be useful. How useful are the models in providing insights, not just quantitative or numbers, but insights qualitative? What are the strategies to control the epidemic, something like that. So it goes beyond the numbers. What are the insights that could be drawn from the results? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a question for Engineer Lubrica. I think you're typing your answer, but maybe it's best to share your answer to the audience. You have enumerated good recommendations to manage COVID-19 cases. What is the government's response to these recommendations?
Oh, yes. Thank you for that question, Ma'am Merla. We're currently implementing it, actually, because of learning, of course, as a GIS advocate as well. We have these technologies at hand since 2020, but apparently, ang nangyari kasi is that you have these platforms available, but because of the urgency, that you need to deploy it and gather data. Nakakalimutan na natin yung looking into the readiness of these local government units, as well as, of course, you put there, you want participatory. Our speakers this morning was mentioning about participatory approach, and we believe that to sustain these technologies and platforms, kailangan natin to go to that level. Yes, it's really a tedious process, but siguro ngayon mas marami tayong oras to assist these LGUs on the response. Kasi eventually, this will become yung sinasabi ni Dr. Rabahante na we can apply modeling techniques, AI, machine learning on this once we will be able to set it up in the local government level, as well as yung sasabi may gray areas sa modeling na in the way that Dr. Rabahante was saying that na hindi lahat a while back I was showing literatures, right, that you have crowding ratio, you have environmental parameters, temperature, and so on, but there is a spatio-temporal aspect that needs to be considered on modeling. Hindi pare-parehas, like yung nasa one of our trainings sa in the modeling. Hindi correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Rabahante, meron yung dapat i-determine mo muna, hindi dahil sinabing literatures, lalo na sa socio-demographic aspect. Nasasabihin doon sa literatures na ito yung naging determinants doon sa sa US or Africa. Those are Western. So we need to do some qualitative research. Ganun siya na in a way that what we use in a study is the weight of evidence and information value. From there, we know the strong predictors of dengue, ganon, which can also be applied. We feel that it can also be applied in COVID-19 and epidemiology of a lot of diseases. So yung to answer that question, we start with the data value chain in the local government units and do what? Participatory approach. Alam natin ma-proseso yan. My colleagues here will agree on that, but kailangan for us to really sustain and engage our communities as well as our LGUs. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Okay, I think we have one question. Probably this is for Dr. Antemano. If we already know the variants, how come we can't formulate immediate actions to be open in public, especially if it's identified that Moringa is one best approach to battle the virus?
Most probably because we Filipinos get carried away by what we see in the media. Hindi tayo nag-aaral personal. Sanay tayo na kung anong balita, yun lang din yung sinusunod natin. But if you're going to go online and go to peer-reviewed scientific papers like PubMed, then you would be able to see that there are many studies indicating that ACE receptors can be inhibited. And one of those, of course, is moringa. And probably because Filipinos are fond of expensive medicines. Kapag cheap tulad ng mga dahon-dahon dyan, di ba? Hindi natin pinapansin. Kapag sa mga treatment, gusto natin St. Luke's kasi pag mahal, we correlate, the cost of treatment with the quality of the treatment. So, but today, I'm telling you that moringa is a prime inhibitor of ACE2 receptor. So patronize it. I do. That's why I'm not scared of COVID-19. So animals, to me, as I have studied it, animals are real models, not just model per se, but real biosystem models for viral habitat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Antimano. Okay, we have one question here. The genetic sequence of bat coronavirus appears to be 82 to 95%, but is this based on a full genome sequence or just based on spike protein genes and the percentage homology? Maybe not provide a good accurate picture of the relationship. Maybe Professor Albiola can comment on this.
I think it's with the spike protein, RBE. Well, I'm not a virologist, so I'm a bat ecologist, but the homology is with the spike protein. So yun yung determine nila.
Okay. Thank
Similarity.
you. Yeah. Okay. And one question for probably Dr. Abahante. How can we put mathematical data into layman's term?
Yeah, I think Engineer Lubrica can also answer this later. Siguro, from my point of view, definitely as mathematical modelers, we need to somehow exert an effort to really put the language in a simple terms now. But if let's say it's not our expertise, that's why data science or mathematical modeling is an interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary pa nga area. So we need to collaborate with risk communicators, with science communicators. So kailangan talaga niyan. But that's only one side. The other side is we should also somehow put effort in capacitating our farmers or yung mga stakeholders natin. Education, hindi pwedeng laging from scientists pababa. Of course, we need to do this, but we also need to capacitate our people to think scientifically, to somehow be quantitative literate. So it goes both ways. So from scientists to the communicators, papunta sa mga stakeholders, and also stakeholders prepared sila to listen and to learn this kind of things. So yun po. Thank you. Siguro kung okay lang po, academician, si Engineer Lubrica.
Yeah. Probably Engineer Lubrica can also comment on that.
That's a nice question because our current project right now is on the decision support systems for local government units and stakeholders, sabi eh. And right now we're doing participatory approach. Yun yung key eh. Di ba, Dr. Rabahante? Kasi in a way, ano ba yung kailangan na information of the stakeholders, let's say farmers, and what are their language? Yung mga ginagawa ng yung mga modelers and if you look at the data budget chain, that's already stage 4 and so on. Yes, we gather data, the systems do it. Then we have the AI, you have the algorithms. Kung lalabas yan, is already information. So perhaps it's already stage 4 in a sense that what do they need to know? Di ba? Magpaplant ba kami ng ganito? Ganon sa season na to, what will be the risk? Something ganon. So on that end, we need to somehow reconcile sa data value chain, stage 4. You need to go back to reconcile it on the stage 1. What data will you gather? Kasi paglabas niyan is already the language. Their language. No? So it's something na very interesting for me. The citizen science part is really one of the emerging emerging science na medyo complex in a sense. And yun po, for me, it's on that level. And I agree with Dr. Rabante that it's interdisciplinary. On the data science part, also in the GIS, ang raming kwan yan eh. May statistician, you have what? You have computer scientists and so on, social scientists, political, cultural, and yeah, it takes really a team to establish that as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have one question here directed to Dr. Antimano. It seems that our leaders just focus on COVID-19 vaccine as the solution to this pandemic. What can you recommend to the government so that other essentials like immune boosting will not be neglected?
I think there's got to be someone there to lobby, the plant-based or very simple findings like this, but are very potent for the Filipino people. Matipid, hindi mahal, just as at the top or tip of your finger, you can get those supplies. But someone has to be there. Sanay tayo sa mga highfalutin na mga programs, but actually, the solutions to our problem is just as at the tip of our finger. If animals have problems with viruses, perhaps pwede kayong mag-alaga ng sariling manok, sariling grain-fed baka. No? You can find a way. Sa mga plant-based naman, then you help yourself. Minimize mga fat-containing na mga pagkain because they are rich in ACE and ACE2 enzyme. So there's got to be someone who would lobby to the government officials.
Thank you. Okay, this question has been answered, I think, in our Q&A box, but for the benefit of our audience, especially those on Facebook, maybe we would like to hear the answer to this. Probably Engineer Lubrica and also Dr. Abahanti can answer this. Numbers are deceiving. In COVID-19 reported cases of infected, death, cured, there were speculations in the public that the figure given is quite insignificant or next to hearsay. What is your comment on this, Bob? Engineer Lubrica first, please.
Okay. I think I have answered it.
Yeah, you did.
I'll just elaborate further. Dr. Abante, baka may maidagdag ka ba? So there's a way, a reporting system being applied by our LGUs along with the government agencies like DOH. They follow the PIDSR, no, the epidemiology reporting system, wherein the system is dependent also on the reports given on the barangay level. So from the barangay level, tataas yan sa city or municipality level, then goes the province, then the region, and consolidated in the national level. So I feel that our LGU, our government, are doing their best in coming up with gathering reliable information, and I believe on that. However, yun nga yung the feedback mechanism from the citizens can further improve the reporting system. So siguro there's a way, of course, transparency is there naman eh. If they can show maps, like maps na, okay, in real time, these are the barangays having this, of course, for the transparency and so on, or data, then they can have feedback. They can say that hindi po totoo yung figure na yan. Actually, marami po dito sa kapitbahay namin. Hindi po na ano. So, that's the magic of the participation of the public. Magiging siya, yung accuracy of the data that we will have will be higher on that level. Kasi citizen na eh. So if you reach that level of citizen sensing, then our citizens will be more empowered to, of course, do mitigating measures, have those initiatives as well as participate. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's hear from Dr. Abahante.
Yes. My first sentence there is there's no perfect data set, lalo na if we're talking about big data. But definitely, there are checks and balances. There are, kanina, Engineer Lubrica told us about the data value chain. And part of there is the preparation. There are people, really, their task is just to prepare, clean, do the wrangling for the data itself muna before analyzing. So, there's no perfect data set, but there are ways to somehow clean or see how we can be confident about the data, lalo na if we're talking about big data. And another way for COVID-19 to check how reliable, okay? Actually, it's very hard to say accurate nga kasi we know there are errors, but probably the word is reliable or how precise yan sa nakikita natin. Yung reliability niya, we can check that, let's say for the national data drop, in DOH data drop, the national data, I work with LGUs. So when I work with LGUs through the Zuelig Family Foundation, I ask the LGUs, kaano yung may discrepancy? If there's discrepancy, ask why. Okay, so we always need to check different sources, different perspectives, and isa nga din is don't just rely on one data source without citing kung saan galing yon. So we always need to check the possible data sets available, and yun sabi ko nga, if we have national, we can check that from the LGU data set and see how yung discrepancy, and from there we can adjust. Statisticians, data scientists, somehow we have training to deal with this kind of issues. But definitely, again, there's no perfect data set. But even though we don't have perfect data set, there are data that we can say somehow reliable and useful for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, there's one interesting question also here. This one is for Professor Alviola. If coronavirus is from bats, so it means it's very alarming because we have many bats in our country. Now, as a wildlife biologist, Professor Alviola, how would you answer this? Is it possible that we need to close the caves?
Right. Nakita ko nga yung question na yan. We don't need to close the caves. Please, God, no. Wag. Kasi what is happening right now is yun na nga, gaya na sinabi ko kanina, is yung nagkakaroon ng contact humans with caves and bats. And what for the benefit of the people, kasi ang mga panike, they provide very essential ecosystem services. Yung fruit-eating bats nyo are responsible for pollination. The fruit industry in Mindanao is heavily reliant on the pollination action of these fruit bats for seed dispersal and hence forest regeneration. Very important ecosystem service. And of course, for insect-eating bats, so they consume insects that are pest to agriculture. And of course, those insects that can harbor deadly disease like dengue, malaria, or Zika, what have you. So these insectivorous bats can consume in one night half of their body weight. So if you try to imagine you have like 50,000 bats roaming in the night at your place, all of them consuming insects, that's one hell of a number of insects that can be consumed. And a substantial part of those are your insects that are pest to agriculture or can cause, are vectors of disease. So it's very important. We need to have a balance. We need to strike a balance here, and closing the caves is definitely not a solution to that.
Right. Thank you so much. Okay. Another question, what can you recommend to further improve our contact tracing efforts? Who would like to answer this?
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Abante, ako muna. Okay. Actually, there's a lot of contact tracing applications being utilized or endorsed right now. But as to experience, of course, Baguio City, the Baguio City Mayor Benjamin Magalong is our contact tracing czar, and there were a lot of lessons that came along the way, and I was mentioning concepts like scalability, interoperability concepts in a way that, of course, your data, your Baguio like for example, the case of Baguio is not alone, ano? So you have neighboring provinces that must be able also to can be able to see the COVID situation in your area, right? So it's something, it goes beyond the borders. So which means that beyond political boundaries and so on, having software that can have that purpose. Example are, of course, you have the ArcGIS software. You have also QGIS software and so on. It can be used kasi ang problema ngayon, if you develop your own system, tapos you house the server in your local government unit, that will create a problem, no? Because some local government units want it in their LGU. So parang kung ilalagay mo siya sa cloud, you have the cloud computing service and so on, and you have that scalability and readiness in the LGUs, as well as the privacy issues of the, ito kasi yung based on research, privacy issues is one of the turn off for the citizens to engage on these contact tracing apps. Yun yung naging comment, like you have a certain app. I know that perhaps you're using Stay Safe, but there are some data there or information that are, kung ako hesitant, I would not use this app. See? So again, that's based on research. The data privacy issue must also be addressed. The local government units must be ready. Okay? Hindi yung i-deploy mo, they are not ready on it. They don't have the manpower, the software, the hardware, and so on to do it. So again, going back to the concept of GIS and the data value chain. Yun po. And having that one, yung scalable, interoperable app, I feel that yun po yung kailangan.
Dr. Bahate?
Okay. Oh, yes po. When we talk about contact tracing, we usually do the strategies. Dun lang titingnan natin contact tracing. But contact tracing is part of the whole strategy of the government or of the LGU. So we need to look at the contact tracing as an integral part of this PDITR. Ano yun? Prevent, detect, isolate, treat, reintegrate strategy of the government or of the LGU. So, when I say that, kapag sinabing contact tracing, dapat connected din sa testing. Dapat connected din yan sa isolation. Kasi what's happening sometimes is, nag-contact trace nga, pero walang compliance sa isolation. So, wala din. And also, yung testing, there's delay. Kung may delay yon, nakahawa na yung mga tao before ma-contact trace. So, hindi ganun ka-integrated. So, one strategy that we can recommend is really look at it as a holistic strategy, and from there, we can improve contact tracing. And contact tracing, of course, we know if we still have very few people infected, somehow it's easier compared if we have thousands of infected people, mas mahirap i-contact trace. So if we have very big number of infecteds, one real strategy really, medyo mahirap na yung manual, is to use technology. We know there are many technologies available. Stay Safe, yung mga pass, yung mga QR codes natin. One way is to make that, sabi nga ni engineer na maging interoperable sila, kaya natin i-connect, and kaya natin i-connect din sa COVID kaya or sa system ng DOH sa testing. Kasi without connecting those, parang hiwa-hiwalay. And another one, this is already being started in NCR, yung text blast. If meron kayong makasabay sa isang lugar and may nag-positive doon, magte-text blast. So that's another strategy that I hope will be successful in the future. So we need to use technology now. We need to kasi mahirap na. We have thousands of infected. Mahirap yan i-manual talaga. So I think yung sabi ko nga, we need to look at it holistically, and we can use technology to improve contact tracing. Yun po yung ilan sa mga masasuggest ko. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think it's time for us to wrap up our discussion. We would like to let's hear the take-home messages of our speakers and panelists. Now, maybe 1 minute each of you to say something about, a take-home message to our audience considering the information and policy recommendations that you have presented, what is your take-home message? And do you think our country will be more prepared in a future pandemic? Let's start with Professor Alviola.
Thank you very much, Academician Sir Wendell. Like yung nasabi ko kanina sa mga policy recommendations, I think what is very important right now is to expand our capabilities natin in terms of virology research, and of course with wildlife ecology programs. So the reason why they detected the nearest bat coronavirus relative very fast, it's less than a month, is that they did the research a few years ago. So it did not happen on a vacuum. So they've actually did surveys across China and detected several kinds of viruses, coronavirus and what have you. So here in the Philippines, we know of only 8 or 9 viruses, bat-derived viruses. And we know only of that from 11 provinces. And maraming probinsya sa Pilipinas, maraming mga lugar sa Pilipinas na we don't know kung anong mga viruses ang pwede makita. And marami dito sa mga viruses to ay posibleng tumalon papunta ng tao. So, of course, in order to do all the mitigating measures, pandemic response, we need to know the proximal causes of it. Saan ba nanggaling ito? Paano napunta sa tao? So by doing that, we can do that by doing extensive surveys, beefing up the capabilities of our universities, state university colleges, beefing up the virology capabilities, and it should be organic. We need to be transparent. We need to be helping each other. In Mindanao, definitely we need a center. We need several centers of virology, wildlife virology research in the Visayas and definitely on Luzon. So yung mga schools na hindi pa kaya, tulungan sana ng mga ibang schools na kaya. And we should forge collaboration between all the state universities and those universities that can do those kind of research. And of course, for the funding, we just got a funding that's hindi na approved because may kapareho daw. This is on bat virology research. It's very sad. Of course, sanay naman tayo sa mga rejections, parte ng buhay ng isang scientist na. But what's happening here is that we want at least for me, yung dataplastic research of survey, virus detection, na kumalat, na mas malawak yung kanyang scope as much as possible. Hindi ibig sabihin na may gumagawa na ng klaseng ganyang research, hindi naman kapareho, similar, hindi mo na siya pwedeng gawin. We're taking several steps backward with that kind of mentality. I'm very, very sorry, but yes, that's the reality right now. And of course, ano ko lang dito, stay away from bats. Kami lang siguro mga bat ecologists. Huwag nang kainin. Huwag kayong as much as possible utang na loob kayo pumunta sa kuweba. Yes, wag na po. We don't want to tempt trouble here. So, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Abahante?
Yeah, siguro as take-home message, I'll just answer the question of Academician Rivera. Are we prepared? To answer this question, I'm also going to answer using scenarios. One scenario is, yes, we are prepared. We are very much prepared. But that's anchored in the if. What if? Okay, the if is if we are going to learn from our mistakes, if we are going to start now to correct our mistakes and to improve our systems, then we can be prepared in the future. But there's another scenario that we are not prepared. That is if we are going to be complacent, if we are just going to let the learnings go away and will not learn from them, then we are not going to be prepared. So, sabi, it takes a village to raise a child, and I believe it takes a community of scientists, and it takes the whole community to fight a pandemic and to fight a disaster. So yeah, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer Lubrica?
So there are 3 things. One is environment is the key. Of course, environment has a big role in our health as well as to these emerging diseases. And the second one is there must be a data-driven decision making, and I think we're there. We're reaching that point as well. course, having that data science, the data value chain towards, of course, the biosystems modeling as well as a basis for decision making. And also the bottom-up approach. Let us not forget our communities and our local government units down to the barangay on having that participatory approaches and having that LGU capacity building and the citizens being empowered. And of course, kaya natin to, together we heal as one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Antimano?
I think you have said everything, and I just want to summarize it. So to me, to combat pandemic really starts from myself, and then it spreads to my community and also to the community of the animals. Because in order for me to be infected, I need to at least have 10 million viruses per ml. That's the viral load, and it's a lot. You cannot just get it, from breathing. So, wag kainin ng mga bats and other infected animals. And pandemic is not a big problem. Ang mga simptoma ng sadness at mga depressions, mas sobra yon sa simptoma ng pandemic. So, there is a way to navigate. And number one, magmalunggay kayo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Antimano. So thank you so much to our speakers, Professor Alviola, Dr. Arabahante, Engineer Lubrica, and Dr. Antimano. Okay, so this is it for the first part of this session. We would like to request our speakers and panelists to give time to answer the remaining questions from the audience. You may type your answers directly in the Q&A box. Now, to end this session and to present the synthesis, we would like to call on Dr. Rodney Perez, University Researcher at the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology of UP Los Baños, also 2020 Outstanding Young Scientist Awardee. Dr. Perez.
Thank you very much, Academician Wendell Rivera. Once again, good afternoon to all our speakers, panelists, and guests via Zoom. So first of all, I would like to thank NAST for inviting me to be part of today's scientific meeting. And thank you also to our esteemed speakers and panelists for the very insightful talk and discussions. I hope that my synthesis will be able to give justice to all your excellent presentations. So the panel discussion that we witnessed just moments ago is very timely as it helped us understand some dimensions of the COVID-19 pandemic and other problems of our society. The discussions were focused on viral evolution, dynamics, data analysis, and modeling interpretations, as well as viral hazards and risks assessment. So the presentation of our first expert speaker, Professor Alviola, was very insightful as it revolved around SARS-CoV-2 and bat-derived coronaviruses. His talk also provided snippet of the WHO-led global study on the identification of the zoonotic source of the COVID-19 virus or the SARS-CoV-2 virus and its possible route of introduction to the human population. In his talk, he outlined for possible route of transmission, and each possible route were assessed in terms of its plausibility or the likelihood of this route to be true. And this was done by weighing on some arguments that favors or contradicts each possible pathway. The first possible transmission pathway is the direct zoonotic transmission of SARS-CoV-2 from bat to human. And the second possible transmission pathway is via an intermediate host, meaning from bats to other animal, such as pangolins, and then to humans. The third probable transmission route is through the cold or food chain, meaning the food became the vehicle of transmission of the virus. And lastly, the fourth possible transmission route is the man-made theory of SARS-CoV-2, meaning the COVID-19 virus originated from a laboratory. So this is the most controversial among the four possible transmission routes, as it sparked many conspiracy theories that the COVID-19 virus is a biological weapon made in China. So in Professor Albiola's talk, he emphasized the extremely unlikely possibility of this conspiracy theory to be true. This is truly unfortunate because we have to know that this conspiracy theories is the main cause of the rising anti-Asian sentiments and anti-Asian hate crimes in the US, wherein some Filipinos became victims. And according to the WHO study, as discussed by Prof. Albiola, the most possible route of transmission is via an intermediate host, which with the plausibility of likely to very likely. And this is followed by the direct zoonotic transmission, which has a plausibility score of possible to likely, whereas the emergence pathway through the food chain has a plausibility rating of possible. In the second part of Professor Albiola's talk, he shared some of his research findings on bat-derived coronaviruses in the Philippines. His research team was able to isolate 8 novel coronaviruses from bats taken from different areas in the Philippines. The impact of Professor Albiola's research is really remarkable, as data from his research would help in the prediction of the next bat-derived coronavirus outbreak in the future. So Professor Albiola also outlined some policy recommendations, which includes the expansion of the Philippine Interagency Committee on Zoonosis to include the Virology Institute and CHED for the improvement of documentation and surveillance. Prof. Albiola is also pushing for the modernization of our SUCs, improvement of transnational boundary cooperation, especially in the Southeast Asian countries, that will integrate wildlife trade apprehension and zoonotic virusal surveillance. He also suggested for the institutionalization of the nationwide documentation of the trading of wildlife commodity chain. For our second speaker, Dr. Jomar Rabahante discussed about the importance of mathematical modeling and data analytics in crafting solutions to real-world problems, including COVID-19 and other epidemics. He highlighted that mathematical models can offer possible effective solutions to the problems through the validation of actual data fitted into the model. Perhaps the more fitting and practical illustration, if I may interject, to this is the work done by UP Octa Research on the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, our national government and IATF are not fully adapting the findings of Octa Research in our strategy in fighting this pandemic. Dr. Rabahante outlined some policy recommendations that also highlighted the need of the capacity building of our mathematical modelers and data analytics in the country. So the government should provide enabling environment for the enhancement or building of mathematical biology community in the Philippines by recruiting and training of more quantitative mathematical modelers. He also suggested that government policies must be based on data and probabilistic assessment of risks. However, Dr. Bahante also emphasized on the need of the establishment of clear ethical standards for mathematical modeling and data analytics, because data generated from these models can also be easily abused, such as being utilized for political propaganda and other unethical purposes. But nonetheless, we can only wonder, have our national government employed mathematical modeling and data analytics, especially during the early stage of our pandemic, in crafting policies in relation to our COVID pandemic response? Could we be in a better COVID pandemic situation that we are in now? Engineer Nathaniel Vincent Lubrica, our first panelist, echoed the importance of data analytics and modeling in solving problems such as our government response in crafting policies for our COVID-19 pandemic. So he talked about the importance of GIS-based data analytics, or the Geographic Information System, which are data sets of tools for collecting, storing, and transforming data into spatial data, and focus on the data value chain. Some of the policy recommendations that he gave include the integration of technology for data analytics up to the LGU level. He also suggested the incorporation of some environmental dimensions in the crafting of our COVID-19 policies, as well as bottom-up approach of technology usage and data, and addressing also the data privacy issues to enhance the participation of our citizenry. So our second panelist, Dr. Rowena Antimano, reflected on Professor Albiola's talk on viral risks and hazards. She also suggested that proper surveillance and monitoring of possible zoonotic viruses in slaughterhouses, wet markets, and wildlife sanctuaries in the country. And she also advocated into going green with vegetable gardening in backyards and vacant community spaces, as well as the enhancement of free-range livestock instead of industrial livestock farming, as this would lessen the incidence of viral contamination to humans. She also promoted the possible tapping of the vegetable malunggay as a possible COVID-19 virus inhibitor. All in all, the discussions with our speakers and panelists provided us with better perspective in understanding the COVID-19 pandemic that we are in now. It was also highlighted that the importance of data-supported policy crafting so that we can better respond to the fluid COVID-19 situation in our country, and not just the COVID-19, but other problems as well. We can only hope that our government will start or improve the adoption of the brilliant recommendations from our experts that we have listened to this afternoon, to lessen the burden of the prolonged suffering of many Filipinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perez. So this ends our panel session this afternoon, Viral Evolution, Dynamics, and Modeling Interventions. Now, we would like also to thank Dr. Michael Velarde, 2019 Outstanding Young Scientist, and also Professor at the Institute of Biology, UP Diliman, for being our rapporteur this session. Now, may we ask all the speakers, panelists, and rapporteurs to turn on their cameras for a group photo. The NAST Secretariat will be taking our photo.
Okay po, ready po. 1, 2, 3. Isa pa po. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a few announcements to make. Lectures and papers presented during the NAST PHL events can be viewed at the NAST PHL Talks account on Facebook and also in YouTube. Please do not forget to share your experiences with your friends by using the official hashtag Luzon RSM 2021 and hashtag Philippines in your social media posts. Now, to serve as the moderator for our final session of the day, let me call on Dr. Julius Cesar Sicat, Regional Director of DOST Regional Office 3. Again, I am academician Windel Rivera, and thank you for joining us in this session. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Academician Rivera. Good afternoon, everyone. Pagod na siguro tayo, but again, I would like to emphasize, napaka-exciting po nung ating discussion for this afternoon. I would like to welcome all of you to the third panel discussion of the Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting. I am Julio Cesar Sicat, Regional Director of the DOST Region 3, and I will be the moderator for this session. The discussions will revolve around the theme, Systems Approaches to Address Present-Day Hazards. And this is hosted by the Engineering Sciences and Technology Division of NAST Philippines. We have 4 speakers and 4 panelists with very interesting topics, so I hope everyone will stay and listen with us until the end of the program. Before we start, we would like to remind our speakers and panelists to be conscious of their allotted time. Each speaker, again, is given 10 minutes to present, while each panelist is given 5 minutes to talk. Let us start the session with our first speaker, who will talk about feedback engineering in relation to supply chain to healthcare resources. Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo is the president of Batangas State University. Dr. Ronquillo is a professional electronics engineer recognized as an ASEAN engineer in 2012. He holds a PhD in management from Akamai University in Hawaii and a master's degree in electronics engineering from the De La Salle University. Dr. Ronquillo was elected as president of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, or PASUC, where he has taken an active role in various milestone projects, one of which is the implementation of the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act that provides free tuition and miscellaneous fees in state and local universities and colleges. He also forwards the creation of additional permanent positions for faculty and employees and other strategic initiatives for the continuous development of higher education institutions in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo. Sir, the floor is yours.
On behalf of the Batangas State University, I would like to express our congratulations to the National Academy of Science and Technology through its President, Academician Rodora Azanza, as you hold your Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting with the theme COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning from the Past, Coping with the Present, Moving to the Next. Today, I will present our paper, Utilizing Feedback Engineering to Control Pandemics, which is authored by our faculty in the College of Engineering at Batangas State University, including yours truly, and the academician Jose Cruz Jr. of NAST. We start with the review of science model of disease spread. The first mathematical model to describe the spread of a disease was published in 1927 by Kermack and McHenrick. The basic idea in the model is to divide the population N into epidemiological compartments of such as susceptible S, infected I, and remove R, the rate of change with respect to time of S, I, and R are modeled as functions of S, I, and R respectively. This model has been adapted for modeling the spread of COVID-19 with several layers of subsocieties and its layer with more compartments beyond S, I, and R, such as exposed E, hospitalized H, and further subdivision of I into symptomatic and asymptomatic. In the SIR model, the compartment R is divided into 2 subcompartments, F and D, where F is the number of persons that are free of virus but possessing antibodies, and D is the number of persons that are diseased. A typical intervention in the science model is to change the environment, such as modification in the use of quarantine or lockdown, face masks, physical distancing, and contact tracing. These modifications in the intervention can change the calibrated values of parameter beta, gamma, and delta so that stability can be achieved after several cycles of modifications in the environment. In the next slide, we propose to create the Batangas State University Input-Output Model. The first step in pivoting from a science model to an engineered feedback model is to explicitly create inputs to the science model as indicated in previous figure. The second step is to construct a mapping from the outputs to the inputs of the science model. The input Z1, when scaled up to Z1 times N, is the number of persons per day by which we plan to change the increase in the susceptible rate S per day. The input Z2, when scaled up to Z2 times N, is the additional increase in the number of persons per day that are free of virus and have antibodies in M, F per day. The Batangas State University input-output model is dynamic and nonlinear. Figure 3 in this model shows the diagram of the closed-loop system. One of the key advantages of adding feedback to an input-output system is the capability to stabilize the entire system. The input Z is divided into two parts. Z1 equals Z1N plus Z1L, where Z1N equals beta A, our introduced parameter, multiplied by Si. The value of beta in the science model is usually uncertain or variable, but our parameter BA can be chosen to match a specific value. In the simulation, it is assumed that there are different values of beta. Now, rearranging the set of simultaneous linear equations into a matrix form will yield to a system in the next slide. The quantities S, I, F, and D are represented by the desired constant asymptote plus the increment delta S, delta I, delta F, and delta D. It can be readily shown that matrices A and B for any value of state is reachable and controllable. Now, the vector input or input vector Z1 and Z2 is expressed as a product of the constant K and this matrix delta S, delta I, and delta F, where K is a 2 represented by a 2 by 3 matrix. In the next slide, we come to the final structure of the Batangas State University engineered nonlinear closed-loop model equation. The three eigenvalues of A minus BK matrix can be specified arbitrarily. To guarantee stability, the eigenvalues must be real and negative. For simulation, the values of beta are set to be 0.2, 0.23, 0.25, and 0.28. The matrix K is calculated in MATLAB Control Toolbox. In the next slide, for us to simulate our model, we set the target asymptotic values and initial condition by using the Philippine population and the data from the Department of Health. Using the population data of 109,581,078 and the data from the Department of Health as of January 22, 2021, we come to the following simulation results. In the next slide, we can see that the trend for susceptible in figure 4, infected in figure 5, free of virus in figure 6, and disease in figure 7. These are all simulated for different values of beta. It can be shown or it can be seen in figure 4 as to the number of susceptible that for all values of beta, the trend is almost the same, meaning to say the system represents or guarantee robustness. Same is true for figure 6 as to the free of virus. For different values of beta, the trend is almost consistent, again showing the robustness of our model. These simulation results tend to flatten the curve when we introduce our Z1 and C2 in our model compared to the existing science model. In the next slide, it can be seen that from the simulation, the number of infected eye and the disease D compartments of Philippine population for different values of beta when there are no inputs C1 and C2, or when Z1 and Z2 are 0, that the value of infected for all values of beta increases up to a certain extent. The same is true for the number of disease compartment of population, that the number of disease also increases for different values of beta to a certain extent. So it goes to show that for a controlled value of those compartment of population, for the susceptible and free of virus, as well as the number of disease and infected, we have to introduce input C1 and C2 as we propose in our model. Vaccination intervention is related to control Z2. The number of vaccinations need to be counted and related to the desired increase provided by Z2. If Z2 is greater than the maximum capacity for vaccinations, the maximum capacity would be used, otherwise the eigenvalues need to be adjusted. The control C1 is related to the intervention of wearing of masks, social distancing, and quarantine. If the control Z2 or Z1 is greater than the maximum requirements of wearing masks, social distancing, and quarantine, the maximum could be utilized or the eigenvalues could be adjusted. In an actual application, iterative adjustments may be needed. Finally, we conclude the following. The major contribution of this paper was the design of the Batangas State University Engineered Feedback Model that utilizes the outputs in tempering the inputs to control the spread of COVID-19. The model was designed to be stable and robust against variation in the values of transmissivity beta. The Batangas State University Engineered Closed-Loop Model introduced Z1 utilizing feedback that led to a substantial increase in the number of epidemiological compartment of the population that is free of virus F without significant increase in the number of infected eye. When the spread is reduced to almost zero, testing, contact tracing, and medical treatment of those tested positive must continue as part of the closed-loop process to avoid new surges of infection and further reduce mortality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronquillo. Panay math terms po yung ating nadinig. It was really something to really look into the mathematical models as a predictor of all this pandemic data. Onto the first panelist, let me call on Mr. Pierre Carlo Cure to share his insights on supply chain of healthcare resources. With 19 years of experience as an entrepreneur for different ventures and startups, Mr. Cure is now President of Supply Chain Management of the Philippines. He is also the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Insight Supply Chain Solutions, a corporation that provides software as a service, transport, and financing services to both small and medium enterprises and large multinational companies. He serves as a director of XVC Logistics, a wholly owned Filipino business that is making waves in the local logistics industry with major clients like Nestle, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson's, Coca-Cola, and many more. Mr. Cure is included as one of the pioneer mentors for MSME entrepreneurs in the ASEAN region, launched during the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2017. Mr. Cure, the virtual floor is now yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sikat, for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Just give me a second. Here we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is just going to be a short one. Again, thank you again for for the kind introduction. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the National Academy of Science and Technology for the invite to this event and by allowing me to share my knowledge and insights about the Philippine supply chain industry. I'm very honored to be part of this. First, let me share to you our organization. I am part of the Supply Chain Management Association of the Philippines. It is the premier industry association that closely works with both private and government partners, both locally and globally. We're comprised of around 220 companies with the major multinationals operating in the country as members, like Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Nestle, Coca-Cola, just to name a few. Our thrust is to improve the local industry by participating in policy development and collaborating with both local and global partners. I would like to point out a white paper titled Digitalization in the Philippine Logistics Industry by YCP Solidalliance in collaboration with the Supply Chain Management Association of the Philippines. In that report, it highlighted in detail the state of the digitalization in our industry. Although I will not be able to discuss all in detail, you can view the report at the YCP Solidalliance website or email the SCMAP secretariat at scmap.org. Okay, let me start with this. Because of the complexity of doing logistics in a highly fragmented island nation, our logistics cost to sales is almost 3 times higher than average by 27.16% compared to our neighbors. You see here Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia has lower logistics cost to sale. Moreover, if that was not hard enough, our country encounters regular calamities that disrupt the supply chain. For example, last year we had a volcanic eruption, right? That disrupted the flow of goods. And then another is the high frequency of devastating typhoons the Philippines regularly encounter. Remember, there were 3 of one of the strongest typhoons of 2020 hit the Philippines in just one month last November alone. So this devastated farmlands, property, and infrastructure, severely disrupting the supply chain. Traditionally, supply chain is managed manually, meaning through calls, texts, paper documents, and that's where the difficulty lies. It is close to impossible to manage complex supply chains through a piece of paper. What is needed is technology and digitization to manage this better. Just like the speakers before from the previous panel, they were saying that digitalization technology is the way to go to manage complex data, data analytics, big data, all of that. It's the same with supply chain. Okay, now we know where we are at and understand the problem, we can solve it. I believe a fully digitalized approach to supply chain is the key. Other countries have done it, large multinationals are doing it, and we have the capability to do it. Let me share a concrete example that everyone is deeply affected with. This pandemic. The world is experiencing one of the solutions to overcome the current pandemic is the distribution of vaccines. However, inoculating around 108 million Filipinos is a tall order. How do you track the vaccines? How do you know who, when, and where vaccine has been administered? How do you know where to go? How to manage the supply of a product that has a short expiration period? The best solution is to have a single digital platform where different stakeholders from healthcare, logistics, and citizens are able to coordinate both the physical distribution of the vaccines and the flow of information. As an example like this, a dashboard that shows where current supply and demand for the vaccines are. You see here an example of showing heat maps of where orders are coming from, and on the left side shows orders that will allow logistics planners and healthcare partners to make data-driven decisions and manage limited healthcare resources like doctors, nurses, vaccines, facilities, etc. Also, we can use the best practice in e-commerce where citizens can place their order and choose which facility they can go to. And this information is transferred automatically to the specific hospital or vaccine center, which notifies them and in turn allow them to plan ahead. The next one is tracking. Tracking of the vaccine distribution. We know that the vaccine is temperature sensitive. With this, we can use the temperature sensors to monitor the delivery of vaccines all throughout the chain. Check the status on where or what stage of the delivery is at already, ensuring the vaccines are properly handled and distributed with proof of delivery and historical information. One can easily look at the historical events to ensure that the vaccine being used is of good quality. Another is the digital vaccine passport that can store records and details of a patient, shared to healthcare professionals that will administer and to manage or or government partners so that they can track progress. Same digital passport can send notification and reminders to patients and can act as a solid proof that one is vaccinated, which can allow broader movement and flexibility. So this is an example of how to use technology to improve supply chain, especially for healthcare resources and to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. We know this is possible because we're doing it in another industry, agriculture. SCMAP is one of the partners that launched Delivery, a single digital agri-supply chain platform alongside the Department of Agriculture, Department of Trade and Industry, and the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, with private partners, PCCI, AgriCorp, and of course, USAID. Where through an integrated approach in supply chain using technology makes it more efficient, cost-effective supply chain that led to high revenues for farmers, better quality, and more affordable agri-products for the consumers. So my policy asks this: for faster adoption and broader focus on digitalization of healthcare supply chain. As I mentioned at the start of supply chain, covers multiple industries and affects all aspects of our lives. The faster we digitalize, the faster we can benefit, and the faster we can bounce back from the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. Your emphasis on looking at the disruptions in the supply chain and how to address the same is really important, especially in these challenging times. Now let us proceed with our next panelist who will talk about mobile apps aliasing PC. Dr. Celso Bico is guest lecturer at Batangas State University. He earned his diploma as electronic technician from the International Correspondence Schools of University of Pennsylvania in 1972. He obtained his degree in Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the University of Santo Tomas and his master and doctoral degrees in ECE from the De La Salle University. Dr. Ko advocates strong linkages among academe, industries, and the government. Let us hear the presentation of Dr. Celso Bico.
Mobile phone apps aliasing PC. Several constraints exist in the conduct of purely online courses, although PC and laptops are effective devices for online learning, these may not be accessible. The pandemic prohibited access to internet cafes. However, mobile phones are commonly available. It is desired that whatever learning activity using the laptop or PC of instructor must be alternatively duplicated in mobile phones. Specific to coding competency learning activity, it was found out that Python programming language and LaTeX markup language are promising platforms. The Python has facilities for symbolic math, numerical computation, 2D and 3D plots, visualization, and interface with LaTeX software for PDF documentation. Both Python and LaTeX are available in mobile. For policy recommendation, for technology, change the game rule from apps consumer to apps prosumers. Encourage cybersecurity authentication of online documents and signatures. Incentivize college and university for Wi-Fi coverage beyond campus boundary of several kilometers, 5 to 10 kilometers. Invest on drone-based logistics system. Incentivize barangay, subdivision, and community for content delivery. Network, CDN, with local Wi-Fi as cottage industry. For organization, reconfigure private and local government main physical offices centric to distributed barangay subdivision and community-centric physical offices with residences, home office network, and encourage local employment. Establish community and or home-based hospital room and or ICU system. Institute barangay subdivision and community-based waste management. Define compensation and support system for essential workers. Instead of making a discourse for essential workers, I prefer to make a poem for them. Manggagawang kailangan buhay na manggagawa, malayang maghubog at lumikha. Ganap na kasiyahan ng bunga, salat sa makatarungang kita. Mula sa ninunong kaalaman, adant ebay sumpang kamatayan, hatol sa pagsuway niliban, sariling pawis ang kabuhayan. Paniniwalang trabaho parusa, saan sa ninuno nagmula, ito'y kaligtasan at paglaya sa halip na kamatayang sumpa. Mga trabahong di makatao, gawain malapit na totoo, kaya't makinaryang pangtrabaho ang tulong di kapalit ng tao. Yamang sinasansan sinasakim, likha ng dunong inilihi, ng manggagawang taimtim, konting luwag, sana'y makatikim. Ang tadhanay may pamamahala, aral sa namumuhunang talaga, tingnan kalikasang masagana, di naman maramot sa biyaya. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Ko. Lahat ng scientist ay panay math figures ang i-share sa atin. The composition of Dr. Ko is really something about manggagawang kailangan. And yung apps consumers to apps prosumers, and of course the importance of cybersecurity, authentication of online documents and signatures are really quite important in these times. Thank you, sir, again. Our third panelist is Dr. Virginia L. Narciso. She will discuss utilizing feedback engineering to control pandemics in the Cordillera Administrative Region. Dr. Narciso is Chief of Licensing, Regulation, and Enforcement Division of DOH Cordillera. She previously served in the Department of Health Center for Health and Development as a medical specialist and as the Municipal Health Officer in Salapadan, Abra. Dr. Narciso, the screen is now yours.
It is very evident that COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected all sectors of our society. Slowly, we have witnessed the closure of our schools in all levels, including technical and vocational institutions. We saw how the COVID-19 pandemic has restricted the operation of our business establishments, which resulted to business closure and mass layoff of employees. It has significantly affected our economy both in international, national, and local perspective. Not long after, we felt the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on our health systems. It exposed our vulnerabilities, but on the positive side, it helped us in identifying our weaknesses and specific areas for improvement. As of April 21, 2021, the Cordillera Administrative Region has recorded a total of 27,615 COVID-19 confirmed cases. Out of these confirmed cases, 22,618 have already recovered, with 4,579 remaining active cases. Sadly, we recorded a total of 412 deaths, yielding a fatality rate of 1.49. All of the 6 provinces and 1 highly urbanized city in the region has recorded COVID-19 cases, where the majority of cases were recorded in Baguio City. With the discussed total number of COVID-19 cases in the region, the Cordillera Administrative Region managed to handle the situation as a result of the concerted efforts of all regional line agencies, support of private groups and sectors, and by listening to the feedback of our partners, especially those from the local government units, as they know the real situation on the ground and being the lead in this pandemic response. The feedbacks that they are providing to us are very crucial as it serves as guiding principles on how we improve the quality of technical assistance that we are providing. It also helps us in crafting various policies and guidelines fit for the situation on the ground, and most importantly, it gives us the opportunity to recognize the efforts of our partners. After all, in order to effectively control and manage this global health phenomenon, it requires whole of government and whole of society approach. Knowing that all provinces and cities in the region are already affected with this pandemic, the following are part of the interventions that we shared to our partners as our response to various feedbacks that we received. Local government units and partners were capacitated on providing effective health education and promotion activities, assisted in various trainings such as contact tracing to capacitate local government unit staff, augmentation of manpower through emergency hiring to help the local responses of our local government units, provision of COVID-19 vaccines to our partners, provision of technical assistance to capacitate our COVID-19 molecular laboratories, and augmentation of funds to increase the number of PTMFs in the provinces. Another scenario is on the initial surge of COVID-19 cases in the Cordillera Administrative Region. Hospitals have low capacity to cater to those who got infected. This concern is known to us through regular conduct of monitoring activities in these health facilities, which also serves as an avenue to check on the ground situation, gather inputs and feedbacks from the health facilities as our partners, and collaboratively plan for the ways to improve the identified gaps. With the guidelines coming from the Department of Health Central Office and from the National Interagency Task Force to end COVID-19, DOH-CHDCAR was able to respond to the needs of the community and has facilitated in improving and enhancing capacities of our existing health facilities by providing standards in conversion private rooms and wards into temporary isolation rooms suitable for the management of COVID-19 patients. With the above stated facts, it is imperative to note that systems are essential in responding to any health situation, more especially if it is as big as the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the surge of COVID-19 cases in the region, it was observed that private hospitals catering to COVID-19 patients are problematic in the hauling and improper disposal of their infectious and hazardous waste. We know very well that proper waste disposal is an important measure to ensure further spread of the disease in our health facilities, to our health workers, and to the members of our community. As our next step, we are recommending to our DOH Central Office and other concerned agencies and sectors to study and develop a policy to ensure that our hospitals are provided with appropriate support regarding this concern. Yes, it is true that this COVID-19 pandemic is far from over, but with working together, I know that we will overcome this big challenge. In behalf of our Regional Director, Dr. Ruby Constantino, and Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Amelita Pangilinan, this is Dr. Virginia Narciso saying, together we will heal and recover as one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narciso. it's really something, no, to look at the data from the Cordilleras. I was once with the Cordilleras, and your mention of identifying weaknesses towards improvement, and your emphasis on proper waste disposal, as well as yung diniscuss mo na yung in order to effectively control the problem, it necessitates the whole of government and the whole of society approach. Indeed, very good presentation po, ma'am. Our second speaker will talk about balanced regional development, planning components to support new growth areas. Director Agnes E. Tolentino is the Regional Director of National Economic and Development Authority Regional Office Number 5. She holds a Master of Science in Urban Survey and Human Settlements Analysis from the International Institute for Aerospace Survey and Earth Sciences in the Netherlands. Some of RD Tolentino's significant accomplishments include the drafting of the National Physical Framework Plan, the proposed National Land Use Act, National Urban Policy Agenda, along with inputs to various proposed bills in Congress relevant to land use and physical planning. Her service with the government earned her the Distinguished Alumna for Government Service Award by the UPLB in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome RD Tolentino.
To the organizers of this Luzon scientific meeting led by the DOST National Academy of Science and Technology, thank you for the invitation. Colleagues and friends from the government service, partners and experts from the private institutions, good afternoon. My task today is to discuss balanced regional development, its planning components to support new growth areas. I will proceed with the presentation guided by this outline. First is to discuss briefly what is balanced regional development, followed by a discussion on national spatial strategy as an approach towards balanced regional development, and lastly would be a discussion of the Philippine and Regional Development Strategic Framework that would illustrate how planning factors in emerging trends, changes in policies, and even the current pandemic. So what is a balanced regional development? Over the years, regional development has become an approach to address disparities, basically in economic and social development in the country. The disparities were caused by uneven distribution of government allocation and private sector investments, along with policies that resulted to the concentration of growth and progress in some regions. A balanced regional development has been a policy objective of the country, which included providing investment incentives that favor lagging regions, industrial estates, special economic zones, integrated area development, and regional growth centers. It also means reducing inequalities among regions or creating narrower disparities in regional incomes and poverty. Currently, NEDA is also looking at the allocation of investments on infrastructure that would promote regional equity. This will determine the budgetary allocation on a yearly basis as contained in the General Appropriations Act that reflects how much the regions would receive from the big slice of funds for infrastructure to be implemented by the agencies. The regional infrastructure equity is a work in progress as initiated by Secretary Calchua, and hopefully this would bring about equitable infrastructure investments to all regions. Now let's talk about the National Spatial Strategy. This strategy to address unbalanced growth in the region was crafted by NEDA to influence regional development. The slide shows the development strategies such as urban settlement expansion and food security, urban efficiency and capacity, and land use conflicts and vulnerability to hazards and climate change. On the right side of the screen are the challenges or strategies that would bring about appropriate response to the challenges. First is a concentration strategy that will increase overall densities of settlements in terms of population and economic activities. Through agglomeration and economies of scale, the benefits associated to urbanization can be achieved. The second is the connectivity strategy that will enhance the linkages of communication, transportation for land, air, and sea, and economic infrastructure systems. The vulnerability reduction strategy will be integrated with concentration and connectivity objectives. It aims to secure the safety of settlements and ensure the sustainable operation of production and value chain processes from the threats of geologic and hydrometeorologic hazards. The National Spatial Strategy as a tool to achieve balanced regional development also provides the guide for planners and decision makers to integrate hazards and vulnerabilities in planning and decision making. Now, talking about planning, let me now discuss the strategic framework adopted in the Philippine Development Plan and the Regional Development Plan to emphasize the government's response to the pandemic and it being a factor in planning. I will show the two versions of the strategic frameworks adopted in the National and Regional Plan. What you see in the screen right now is the first version. The screen also shows the strategic framework adopted in the first half of the planning period under the current administration. The goal speaks of laying down the foundation for inclusive growth, a high trust and resilient society, and a globally competitive knowledge economy. Supporting the goals are three pillars. First is the Malasakit pillar, or enhancing the social fabric. Second is the pagbabago or inequality reducing transformation. And third is patuloy na pagunlad or increasing the growth potential. The Malasakit pillar aims to build a foundation for a high-trust society by ensuring a clean, efficient, and people-centered governance, guaranteeing swift and fair administration of justice, and increasing awareness of the different cultures and values across Philippine society. The Pagbabago pillar consists of strategies to expand economic opportunities, accelerate human capital development, reduce vulnerability, and build safe and secure communities. The Patuloy na Pag-unlad pillar consists of strategies to enhance the factors necessary to accelerate and sustain growth and development through 2040. It is about promoting science, technology, and innovation. It also covers strategies to reap the demographic dividend. This frame shows the second version of the strategic framework. This was used in the midterm update of the Philippine Development Plan. Notice the changes made? The goal, as stated, now is to achieve a healthy and resilient Philippines while facilitating economic recovery, while keeping the three pillars of Malasakit, Pagbabago, and Patuloy na Pag-unlad. The strategies have been updated to present a comprehensive environmental scan of the political, economic, social, technological, ecological, and legal dimensions under the new normal. The National Spatial Strategy has to meet the demands of the new normal. It puts in as a factor the health risks brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, where there is a need to improve living standards in cities and promote regional development, ensure connectivity and safe mobility, and manage disaster risks. The National Spatial Strategy seeks to decongest the National Capital Region and direct growth to regional centers where high growth potentials have greater chances of being realized sooner. In urban areas where population and enterprises concentrate, the National Spatial Strategy will support agglomeration by making cities livable and efficient. Strategies will thus aim to expand and improve social services, fast-track investments in transportation infrastructure, and promote smart city principles in urban development. The COVID-19 pandemic has also amplified other vulnerabilities of the current geospatial structure of cities. We have seen the dangers of high population density, poor air quality, and the lack of green spaces. During the lockdown, people in the cities have become food vulnerable, largely because of difficulty in access to food. To increase connectivity between the production areas and market centers and provide the missing links for municipality or city, provincial, and national road networks is the goal of the National Spatial Strategy. The approved National Transport Policy, which envisions a Philippine transport system that is safe, secure, reliable, efficient, integrated, intermodal, affordable, cost-effective, environmentally sustainable, and people-oriented, will support this goal. To reduce vulnerability to multiple hazards, considering the climate change projections and threats of geologic hazards, as well as public health emergencies, the government will continue to invest in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation initiatives. In showing these strategic frameworks, I hope I have made a point that the government adjusts or adapts to new trends, policies, economic shocks, hazards, both human and those natural, and other external factors. While these are addressed, the regional disparities are being addressed as well through the various programs and projects implemented by the agencies and in partnership with the private sector. To conclude, let me state that regional development planning is a dynamic exercise that allows us to steer progress in the country. Reducing the regional inequalities would always be a primordial concern. We continue to push forward to achieve a healthy and resilient Philippines. Together, we rise as one. Thank you for your attention, and just babalik po.
Thank you, RD Tolentino. Well, reducing inequalities among the regions is really a long-standing problem natin. And of course, discussions on equality versus equity should be something that we really discuss. The National Spatial Strategy that you mentioned, to decongest NCR, support agglomeration, the development of a national transport policy, the focus on food vulnerability, and the DRRM, the need for DRRM investments to combat climate change are really something that we should really consider in these days. To share some valuable insights regarding key roles of engineering educators and service professionals towards a balanced regional island development amid pandemic and beyond, I will now call our next panelist. Dr. Reynaldo P. Ramos is the Director of International Linkages and External Affairs Office of Romblon State University. He has completed a PhD program in built environment at Ulster University, Northern Ireland. As a registered civil engineer and environmental planner, Dr. Ramos was involved in some notable projects, including the Upper Marikina Watershed Management Plan. Dr. Ramos is also one of the few engineers chosen by the Philippine Association of State Colleges and Universities as Quality Assurance Engineer for the Mimaropa region provincial road projects by the Department of Interior and Local Government, together with the United Nations Development Program. Director Ramos, the virtual floor is now yours.
Good day to everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer of this event for inviting me as a panelist, and I will be able to share my views and outlooks about the significant roles of engineering educators and service professionals in regional island development in terms of health crisis and other challenges that we are facing today. Engineering educators and service professionals play a significant role in meeting the challenges in time of health crisis, as well as facing the challenges in achieving sustainable development goals and the changes brought about by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. My short talk highlights the leadership role of these engineering professionals in areas where they can provide innovative solutions and better decision-making to help island communities develop into a resilient human settlement. Towards the end of my talk, I will also provide the key policy directions on how these engineering educators and professionals will be more competitive and highly competent workforce in the 21st century and beyond COVID-19 pandemic. But before I give the main points of my talk, I would like to share some of the basic facts about Luzon. The data remind us the dominance of Luzon in terms of governance, population, and higher education, which bring impacts to our country's development. In terms of governance, almost half of the administrative units and 59% of the Filipinos are living in Luzon. Almost 60% of the higher education institutions in the country are also situated in Luzon, and about 18% of that, our state universities and colleges, are found in Luzon as well. The Philippines is also producing a high number of engineering graduates with a 59% professional licensure passing rating. We are aware that engineering is about products, services, processes, system design, and many others. Engineers make our life better, safer, more reliable with high-quality outputs. On the other hand, there are attributes and qualifications that engineering professionals should possess in meeting these challenges. They should be critical thinkers, communicators, teamwork advocates, and innovators. They should have high level of professionalism, ethical standards, and accountability. It is also expected that practicing engineering professionals have a responsibility to maximize the value of their activity towards building a sustainable community, which requires an understanding of what the society demands and what is achievable, and a recognition that these demands change over time. Therefore, sustainability should be at the heart of engineering practice. Moreover, higher education institutions play a crucial part in shaping our future engineers. The implementation of the outcome-based quality assurance system in the country, SEIs are encouraged to use outcome-based education or OBE approaches that lead competency-based standards which allow our future engineering graduates acquire the technical and managerial skills in various engineering curriculum. It is expected that OBE accreditation for both institution and programs are mechanisms to increase the mobility of professionals across ASEAN border members. It is an instrument to fully recognize the delivery of engineering degree programs are aligned to international standards. What are the prospects for engineering professionals as well as their challenges or tasks in our current situation? With regard to sustainable development goals, engineering educators and professionals have crucial roles to play in ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and provide lifelong learning opportunities for all through trainings, conduct of research, and active participation in professional organizations. It can make our towns and cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable through the design and construction of housing settlements using local alternative construction materials, and in promoting an integrated land use transport network plans, as well as regenerating our urban centers. In engineering practice, feedback systems are important towards a better decision making. In addressing societal problems, it requires a gap problem based on solution and a science and data-driven undertaking. It means that we need accurate and realistic data to come up with doable solutions. This data and information should be shared openly and transparent. Consequently, this information are properly communicated to the concerned stakeholders using advanced information systems and technologies. With regard to regional island communities development, it relates to SDGs, particularly 7, 9, and 11. Engineering practitioners can assist in assuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all in promotion of alternative sources of energy, such as wind, solar, hydro, wave, geothermal, and biomass. In addition, they can manage to build resilient infrastructure to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation through the promotion of green engineering, in the adoption of comprehensive countryside and regional planning, and in the adoption of best practices in infrastructure development. Hazard and disaster management refer to Sustainable Development Goal number 13, that engineers can assist in taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts to design and construction of infrastructure that can stand against natural disasters and extreme weather, and promote alternative renewable sources of energy. And in terms of continuing education and lifelong learning, I would like to stress out the significance of full implementation of Republic Act 10968, the Philippine Qualification Framework, which describes the levels of educational qualification and set the standards for qualification outcomes. One of its objectives is to establish national standards and level of qualifications to assist and support academic and working mobility to address job skills mismatch. It also covers the official recognition of value in the labor market and further education and training, particularly for engineering practitioners. Overall, achieving these SDGs will lead to healthy, safe, and secure living environment. In conclusion, engineering is a requirement to achieve these 17 SDGs, from the provision of water, safe food, energy and fuel generation, transportation, communication, and design and production of medical equipment have involved engineers in all disciplines. Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic is much more than a health crisis. It requires a whole of government and whole of society responses. Certainly, the engineering educators and service professionals should be recognized as one of the key players in combating this current crisis. In summary, these are the recommended policy directions. First is to fully recognize the importance of the implementation of the Philippine Qualification Framework, which is a mechanism to support engineering professionals' mobility that addresses job skill mismatch and lifelong learning experience. And we have to encourage collaboration and partnership with professional organizations, civil societies, and NGOs in bringing together researchers, experts, academicians, planners, and engineering practitioners in tackling regional island resiliency, specifically regenerating our towns and cities to induce socioeconomic recovery, environmental protection, and effective governance. For future correspondence and collaboration, the slide show my contact details. Thank you for listening. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Director Ramos. I cannot agree more kasi siguro engineer din ako. Pare-pareho pala tayo engineer dito. Your mention of critical thinking, the importance of critical thinking, the need to really look at the feedback system as mentioned also by Director Narciso, the need to focus or to give due focus to RA 10968 or the Philippine Qualifications Network, as well as the need to help facilitate mobility of professionals are really things that we should consider in these times. Our next two speakers will talk about a topic that is very timely. Alam po nyo, ngayong pandemic, most of the companies, even kami sa DOST ay ginagawa ito. Our last topic for today's afternoon session is work from home arrangements or AWA. And our first speaker is Director Margarita G. Reyes, Director of the Civil Service Commission, NCR DOST Field Office. Director Reyes obtained a bachelor's degree in Human Behavior Technology from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and a master's degree in Mass Communication from PUP Open University. Director Reyes has held various positions in the Civil Service Commission for 19 years. She is an accredited resource person of some Civil Service Commission flagship programs, including Gender and Development, Basic Customer Service Skills, Public Service Ethics and Accountability, and Service Delivery Excellence Program. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Director Reyes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Luzon representatives. And of course, thank you to the organizers of 2021 Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting with this year's theme, COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning from the Past, Coping with the Present, and Moving to the Next, for giving me the opportunity to discuss with you this afternoon the aspect of work from home as an alternative work arrangement in the public service. Now that we are still in the height of the pandemic, it is timely that we discuss this matter. The CSA, being the central personnel agency, issued policy guidelines on work from home arrangement. So in the latest slide, we have the legal basis. These guidelines on work from home is initially based on CSC-MC number 7 and then later on amended by CSC-MC number 8. And this guidelines is now amended, these omnibus guidelines on the implementation of the community quarantine in the Philippines passed by the IATF. So the CSC approved the amendment to the revised interim guidelines for alternative work arrangement and support mechanism for workers in the government. during the period of state of public health emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic. And this is under CSEMC number 18, series of 2020. For many, work from home has become the new norm over past year and 2 months. And many might have to wait a little longer for an office return as restriction remains in place. So in the next slide, as you can see, there are different alternative work arrangement. It is specified there. Some may use skeletal or skeleton, or some others may adopt the combination of any of or all of the following. Okay, so in the next slide, the said MC, there are parameters in the implementation of work from home scheme. So there are two. Number one, the work from home arrangement shall be adopted during ECQ and MECQ. And number two, work from home arrangement may be adopted during GCQ and MGCQ, where public transportation shall be operated at a reduced capacity and with social distancing as required in the workplace. So medyo mag-segue po tayo. It is stated that work from home during ECQ and MECQ, where public transportation shall operate at a reduced capacity. So during this, somehow lessen the number of vehicles, PUVs or private cars on the road, but it does not mean it addressed the problem in traffic congestion. It is observed that there are still voluminous number of private cars in some areas in Metro Manila. So what if we are under the normal circumstance? Can work from home address the problem in traffic congestion? So now, that is our big question mark. Another parameter, employees who are below 21 and 60 years old and above, or those with immunodeficiency, comorbidities, and other health risks are also residing in place under ECQ, and others shall be under work from home arrangement, except when their services are indispensable under the circumstances or when office work is permitted. So the said arrangement shall also be made available to those living in the aforementioned persons and living in the area of ECQ and GCQ. So next slide, there are some activities na we consider can be done at home, like research, data encoding, budgeting and planning, and in the next slide, some HR activities like computation of leave and preparation of payroll. Okay, so sa next slide, now that we are in the current challenges to have successful implementation of work from home, so we consider as one of the challenges to have a successful implementation of work from home is, can work from home be more productive than face-to-face on an individual level and on the level of the firm? So there are 5 myths that we are going to present and facts about working from home according to our research. So negative myths about working from home have persisted for many years. And when people have asked for this accommodation in the past, they have often been denied. But the coronavirus pandemic has proven that remote work is possible. And more than that, working from home can help employees to thrive. Ayan. So here are the 5 commonly known myths about working from home and why they don't measure up to the facts. So okay, myth number 1, it says employees working from home won't be as productive. Many managers worry that employees who are working from home will be distracted or simply choose not to work. Ayan. So as we can see in the next slide, some says because of great noise of children, if there are babies or toddlers at home, pets around playing, barking, or mewing. Also domestic interruptions like a call from a friend, relatives like your mom, dad, and siblings. But there are some who says that performance actually increases when employees work from home. Now, there are employees who work from home that are more efficient than their office-based colleagues. So it depends on work culture, habit, high work standards, high morale and dignity, work values and ethics, innate to us being a government employee. So there are some mechanisms in the guidelines to address the issues on productivity and efficiency of employees on work from home. Ayan. As we can see in the next slide, there's illustration. Agencies under work from home arrangement may adopt performance standards to guide the employees in the delivery of the assigned task, like point system, where each output is assigned points. Ayan. So we consider the length of time, complexity, and other criterion which are aligned with CSC approved strategic performance management system, or through output monitoring, where agencies shall adopt a monitoring mechanism such as submission of weekly or monthly accomplishment report and others. So during the implementation of work from home arrangement, we have to ensure that public service delivery is not prejudiced. Ayan. So for the next in the next slide, it says the technology is limiting. Some managers believe that remote work tools are too tricky to get right. The COVID-19 pandemic has suddenly shown how doable it is for businesses to use online tools. Ayan. So sabi nga ni Katie Holt, Director of People Engagement and Operations for Understood, it is a mindset shifting of what is capable. The world is learning now in this moment that work is continuing to get done. So in the Philippine setting, there is really a need for the enhancement of IT governance. Maybe the possibility of creation or upgrading of information technology positions like computer programmer, IT, ITO, ITE, and the like. So as well as having maybe an IT department mandatory in every government agency. So it's just a suggestion to DBM. And the CSC recently requested all the cluster agencies in the NCR to submit the number of their IT positions, either filled up or vacant position. Ayan. So sa next slide po, myth number 3. So it says, we can't do it unless everyone working from home. So some managers may worry about the appearance of playing favorites, if only some employees work from home. So we have made to feel that as the only one in class or at a workplace, we didn't warrant a special treatment, even when the treatment would only be allowing us to attend classes or work at the same level as any other student or employee. So that what Cynthia McDonald writes as an author who has brain cancer, he writes that in Facebook. So the agency knows better, and we in CSC respect agency heads' discretion. So the CSC provide detailed guidance to help government agencies to craft policies to support people with disabilities. It is also stated in the opportunity or equal opportunity principle, which was emphasized in other programs of the civil service that we call Prime HRM. And that's another topic, maybe discussed later on. And then in the next slide for the fourth myth, it says remote work is a security risk. So companies have ways to secure their work remotely. Businesses commonly use technologies like virtual private network or the so-called VPN access to maintain remote security. Ayan. So sa next slide po, to ensure, to facilitate the implementation of work from home arrangement, the agency head shall ensure the following, yung appropriate measure, to ensure protection under Data Privacy Act of 2012, the confidential and the proprietary information are protected and secured at all times, and all others, na the head of agency shall ensure in the implementation of the work from home. And of course, they have to provide employees to have access to or is provided with communication equipment or facilities like computers, laptops, and others. Ayan. So sa next slide, myth number 5, employees who work from home won't be as engaged with the team. There are times that we feel work from home burnout, loneliness due to isolation, quarantine, so we are not able to have personal meeting with our friends, colleagues, we don't even go to malls, we didn't even attend parties or we have no nightlife. For those who are used to it, for socialization purposes. No, in the next slide, as we can see, no, we are resorting to a different style in meeting our colleagues. No, sometimes we celebrate our birthdays, anniversary together with the use of video conferencing and teleconferencing. No, in the next slide, as we can see, no, for some, we consider work from home as our time for family bonding while we work at home. Yeah. So in the next slide, no, as we are saying, no, we are not sure yet on the issue of what would most likely be the state of work from home once the pandemic is over. There is still uncertainty, considering that we are still not yet sure of tomorrow's event. No, it all depends on what the future we will be facing. But for now, the alternative work arrangement shall be adopted only for the duration of the state of national emergency or until lifted by the president. Ayan. So we encourage agencies not to formulate their internal rules and regulations governing the alternative work arrangement, not that they would adopt or be implemented in their agencies. You may consider your goals, your targets, no? Because we believe na you think what is best suited to your office and employees' welfare. So each agency is in the best position to prescribe your own internal rules and regulation. No? For each of us, we have our unique needs, issues, and concerns. And for your comments, suggestions, issues, no, please send them directly to the Civil Service Commission. And we are happy to serve you. We will consider definitely all your suggestions. And so that, again, I'd like to say to all of you, magandang hapon and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Director Reyes. Indeed, the discussions on the alternative work arrangements have been the hottest topics during the previous weeks or months. No? In fact, even kami sa DOST Region 3 adopted yung point system, which was very good. If I may say this is a very good tool with which we could really ensure that the delivery of services would not be hampered. In fact, when we implemented the point system, some of our employees opted to go to work rather than do work from home. Thank you very much, ma'am. Our last but definitely not the least, the last speaker who will also talk about work from home arrangement is Engineer Luis G. Banwa, Regional Director of the National Economic and Development Authority, Calabarzon, and Vice Chairperson of the Calabarzon Regional Development Council. R.D. Banwa is a graduate of BS in Civil Engineering in Bicol University, Program in Development Economics in the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Master in Management in Bicol University, and Master in Public Management and Development in the Development Academy of the Philippines. Under his leadership, NEDA Region 4A received recognitions from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Calabarzon Regional Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, Civil Service Commission, and other agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our final presenter, R.D. Banwa.
Good afternoon to all our participants, our resource persons, our viewers in the live stream. Thank you for this opportunity for presenting to the Regional Scientific Meeting the work from home arrangement in our office in Calamba City, Laguna. Our work from home arrangement started on March 17, 2020, and the legal basis are as follows. The Commission on Civil Service Memorandum Circular Number 10, Series of 2020, dated May 7, the revised interim guidelines for alternative work arrangements and support mechanisms for government workers in the government during the pandemic. Then the IATF resolutions for the management of emerging infectious diseases, omnibus guidelines on the implementation of community quarantine in the Philippines, and dated May 15, 2020, and the NEDA Office Circular Number 6, 2020, dated June 1, 2020. We also prepared our internal guidelines, office memoranda for the enhanced community quarantine, dated March 13, and amended on March 16, wherein all the staff are required to work from home, and this is based on IATF resolution. Then 3 other internal guidelines for the modified ECQ, May 14, General Community Quarantine, May 28, Modified General Community Quarantine on June 30. The persons that are allowed or qualified to work from home arrangements, and this is on a per request basis and to be approved before the availment, we have 4 sets of qualified personnel. The first set refers to the pregnant women, lactating mothers, senior citizens, and those underlying medical conditions. The second set are those employees with no public transport, or they do not have their private vehicle, or they cannot be provided with service vehicle by the office because of distance to the office. Then the third is because of issuance of local lockdown in their area of residence or similar restrictions. And the fourth group, those that interacted with suspects or suspect, probable, or confirmed COVID cases, or those who are advised by a physician to undergo quarantine. So let me now discuss the guidelines in the office. So those who availed of the work from home arrangement are required to work from 8 a.m. up to 5 p.m. from Mondays to Fridays, except during holidays. And if necessary, should extend their work up to 7 p.m. And as necessary also, they should go online related to instructions or reporting to the office. And another feature of the guideline is we prepare the monthly work plan by division, and this is approved beforehand. And the content of the work plan are the activities to be undertaken by the division and by each individual in the division, those who will be working from home, and those who will be working in the office. And the third feature is now the reporting of accomplishments which should be done on a weekly basis. Individuals will prepare their weekly accomplishment reports and should be duly signed by the division chiefs, by the assistant regional director, and by the regional director, and this should be consistent with the approved work plan of the division. The next feature is the skeleton workforce. So it's provided that not exceeding 50% of the full staff complement can work in the office depending on the quarantine restrictions. And those who will be working in the office, they will be performing or be in the office 2 to 3 days per week for the technical staff. And for some of the administrative staff, particularly drivers and utilities, they will be working more than 2 to 3 days or to a maximum of 5 days, or even they have to go to the office on a Saturday if there is a need for that. For example, for repairs or maintenance works that cannot be done during the regular office hours. And those people who will be working in the office should be reporting at least within the court time, and they will not be required to use the biometric. And they can be provided or can avail of overtime services if they rendered more than 40 hours of work per week. And with this, we also implement flexibility mechanism, and therefore the approved work from home arrangements can be changed. And these are the conditions for changes. The staff is required to go to the office because of the urgency of activities, or it is critical to the performance of the office, or there is no internet connection in the house of the staff, but there is a need to go for online activities, or there's no electricity in their houses. And I'll now discuss with you the support mechanisms provided by the office. So we provide service vehicles for those who are reporting to the office, and this is based on the service loops that we approve for the purpose. This is for economy measures. And then we provide protection like face mask, face shield, sanitizer, and others. We provide equipment so the staff can bring their laptop in their home, or those who opted to bring desktop, we provide them desktop in their home and also in their office. And this is a way not to avoid going back and forth transporting the equipment. And then we also provide online psychosocial services to the staff, IT support assistance in case there are some malfunction in their equipment, so they just have to call our IT official. And then the weekly monitoring of the health status of the staff. So what are now the result of the work from home arrangement? So this resulted to less exposure of staff on COVID-19. And therefore, they have more time in their home and then less exposure to other people. So in effect, no one of our staff got infected with the coronavirus. Then lesser transportation expenses and lesser travel time, and therefore savings on the part of employees. On the other side, they incur higher internet usage in their home, and then the work time may be extended beyond working hours due to urgency of some items to be attended to. Now, let me discuss on the outputs in relation to the work from home arrangements. We were able to continue our work in spite of the pandemic. Work and tasks are continuously delivered, and these are done through digital or electronic means. We even save on ink and paper because many of the documents are transmitted through electronic means. Coordination meeting with agencies, our development partners, are done virtually. And then our meetings, fora, trainings, monitoring works are conducted virtually, and we use technologies, the video conferencing and other digital platforms. So in closing, let me quote the advocacy of Secretary Carl Chua of NEDA to focus on the following: safely reopening of the economy while strictly observing public health protocols, fully implementing the recovery package and ensuring timely rollout of vaccine program to cover the entire adult population, end of quote. So while we will be continuing the work from home arrangement while transitioning towards work in the office. So I hope I was able to share with you our experience in work from home arrangement in NEDA Region 4A. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sir R.D. Banwa. Indeed, the support extended by the agency management to the employees to minimize exposure to the COVID virus is overwhelming. Kami rin po sa DOST Region 3, we have extended the same things you mentioned, and in fact, natutuwa po ako, parehas tayo na wala sa awa ng Diyos, wala pa tayong positive na employee, no? But I would like to again make mention yung marching orders sa inyo ni Secretary Chua, reopening of the economy, implement recovery package, roll out of the vaccine. At this point, we'll now begin the open forum. May mga questions na po yata, and unfortunately po, Mr. Curey excused himself because he has another meeting to attend to. But our other presenters and panelists are still here. So Yung pong unang question kanina sa ating chat box, hindi ko alam kung nabasa na ni President Ronquillo, are these formulas being used by our government in monitoring system? This was posted by Mr. Alan Tika. Sir?
Hello, good afternoon. If you may note in our presentation, the models is all about the propagation of the spread of the disease. Now, I would suppose that the government, if they are keen into determining the extent of the propagation vis-a-vis the required interventions, such as wearing of masks, social distancing, I think this has to be grounded on these models. Because as I have presented, what is available now is the science model without feedback. Now, the epidemiological compartment of population, part of it can be used as input of the model so that we can determine really how many can we increase as to the number of pre-virus per day that can be modeled. So I hope that as we have submitted in our policy recommendation, that this data there should be a management information systems available in the government that will monitor, let's say, the quarantine restriction per locality, because that quarantine restriction is really a big variable in this model. So if the government will be considering this model, and I hope maybe in the future we should convince IATF, no, so that this can be somehow considered, so that scientific basis on their decisions can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, we need the science-guided policy making, and of course, the math is the use of mathematics is really essential, no? Meron din po tayong isang comment, hindi po actually question but a comment to Dr. Ko. Sabi niya, "Thank you, sir, for the refreshing read of your poem, so natural and grounded." Sabi po ni Florante de los Santos. Next po, meron din tayong question from a certain Kirei-san. Ang sabi niya, "The work from home arrangement greatly decreased the Magna Carta benefit of scientists and engineers working in the government because the Magna Carta benefits were dependent on number of days you will go to the office. Can Civil Service Commission on this? Can we still get our MC benefits even if we are at work from home arrangement?" I believe Director Reyes, the question on the hazard pay was already officially answered by Civil Service Commission, but yung subsistence allowance po, hindi ko alam kung may reply na. Can you comment po, Director Reyes?
So as to subsistence allowance, there is no opinion yet given by the Civil Service Commission. So maybe after this session, I'll check with the Civil Service on their status of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Yung question kay Mr. Correa, unfortunately nga wala siya. What is the current involvement of the supply chain management of the Philippines in the distribution of COVID-19? Meron po ba tayong somebody in the group who can answer that?
May I try?
Yes, sir, Dr. Paul.
Usually, the supply chains is always, it involves transportation, not just the IT aspect of it. Most of the developed country has a railway system. The railway system usually was used in US or in Europe, usually in military for transport of logistics. But during peacetime, it becomes the railway, usually road to market, but it's better term railway to market. That's what. And if you observe the Metro Manila, we have a train of cargo trucks from the port to some places. And what is the government doing? We are building a lot of railway for transport of people rather than transport of goods. If you basically analyze why is it our goods are so expensive, it's because we need to pay for the transportation. And we have bad roads, no railway. So the logistics solution, well, either you create a lot of airports and various LGUs, so that is the quickest way to do it, or you build the train. That is, I think that is the way I see it.
Thank you, Dr. Ko. And if I may mention po, just this morning nakita ko naggagawa na po dito San Fernando, Pampanga yung North Rail, no? Nag-start na silang nagtatanggal ng mga block doon sa kanilang daan. So I believe the development of the North Rail is already on the go. Likewise, I believe meron tayong subway system na ginagawa sa Metro Manila yata. Thank you.
But the question is it for consumer or for goods transport?
Definitely, sir. Yung ating subway siguro is for for people, but the North Rail probably would have to be adjusted for that. In fact, yun pong Bataan Cavite Road ay I believe it was already approved, no, para mapabilis natin yung movement ng goods. Thank you, sir, sa inyong input. Meron din po tayong question for Director Tolentino. What for you is the main challenge in achieving the plan set out by the government towards development? What are your indicators in monitoring whether the strategies and plans are indeed progressing in the direction you envision them to? Director Tolentino, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Sika, thank you for those questions. I think there are 3 questions that need to be responded to on the one that has been asked earlier. The first is the challenge in really implementing the plan or seeing that the goals or the strategies are implemented or are realized. We actually have, that goes with the plan, we have results matrix. Now there are actually indicators there that we constantly monitor. And these have been identified by our agencies as well. So we see how far have we accomplished using those indicators. So this is actually one way for us to see how far the plan is actually being implemented. But you see, NEDA as an oversight agency, we don't really implement that. So those strategies that are in the plan, which has also been contributed by the agencies, are actually being undertaken by the implementing agency. You hear me?
Okay po. So,
I have poor connection. May apologies.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
Yeah. Yung last part lang naman po, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, I was saying that we actually have the results. But maybe if I'm lost, RD Louie could actually pitch in for me, no? But anyway, on the
Engineer Louie, mukhang ikaw talaga sasagot.
Yeah, nawala yung audio ni RD Agnes. Yung sinasabi ni RD Agnes, merong results matrices which is related to the target. So ito yung sukatan and the measurement is annual so that we can go back to the targets and strategies if we have to adjust. And if I may go back to the question, yung challenge. Yung challenge talaga ay yung calamities. Kasi if you take a look in 2019, ang ganda na sana ng ating economy. But with the 2020, bumagsak siya by negative 16.5% at the national level. And then ngayon, negative pa rin pero maliit na lang. But we want to go positive. So ang laki ng epekto ng calamities. So for Bicol, yan yung isa, yung typhoons, mayroong volcanic eruption, and then itong COVID.
Same with Calabarzon. Nandito kasi ako, so meron din kami Taal Volcano, nandiyan din yung in 2020, yung Quintaroli and Ulysses, and then the COVID. So, ang laki ng setback nitong calamity. So one challenge here, I mean, related to the challenge, to make the communities resilient.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Napakaganda po ng sagot ninyo. I would assume na hindi ganun kalaking factor yung availability ng technology given the super effort of the department right now in really accessing technology for our people. Meron po tayong comment from Mr. Arlan Bolasco. Sabi niya, I appreciate the mathematical model presented by Dr. Tirso Ronquillo. Thank you, Mr. Bolasco. From Mr. Jobert Ramos, why is your safety protocol was not followed in the entire Metro Manila and the Calabarzon area? I think ito ay hindi po specific na question for a particular presenter, but would anybody want to answer this? Somebody na Metro Manila and Calabarzon ang area. Why is your safety protocol not followed in the entire Metro Manila and the Calabarzon area? Would anybody want to try and address this po?
Well, I don't know if this is assertion, allegation. If we answer, that's admission. So I don't know, no?
Well, of course, marami pong factors, di ba? Parang experiment lang, maraming factors affecting the result, and I believe it may be political, it may be logistics, it may be cultural,
or also economics.
There would be no one answer po dyan.
We cannot stop people at home because they want to look for some food, some means of living. I think that's one.
Opo.
But we are not admitting that we
it's not clear what is that safety protocol. There are a lot of safety protocol that is not followed. As simple as wearing a body cam for the police. That will be a violation of safety protocol.
Okay. So, meron pong follow-up kay Dr. Ronquillo. Sabi niya, how can we calibrate the Z1 and Z2 coefficients based on the strategies we institute to minimize COVID infections?
That's actually the question I would like to expect. Now, I haven't elaborate much on that during the presentation because I was given only 10 minutes. Now, in the model, there are two parameters that we introduced, that is Z1 and Z2. Z1 is an intervention to the science model that relates to the usual wearing of mask, social distancing, and quarantine restrictions. Another parameter, Z2, is on vaccination. Actually, this paper that I have presented is actually the paper that we have submitted in Philippine Science Letters, and we hope to appeal to IITF that we be given data. Now, the Z1, as I have presented, refers to the number of persons per day that we plan to change the decrease in the susceptible rate as per day. Meaning to say, we want to decrease the number of susceptible. Meaning to say, ayaw natin ng maraming susceptible. Dapat konti lang susceptible. Meaning, we can decrease it. We can, let's say for example, we can set the number of susceptible. However, if we plan to decrease the number of susceptible, we have to be informed of the following data. It has to be mapped. Let's say, for example, location A. Ano ba ito? Mag-MGCQ ba ito or mag-GCQ? Kung gusto mo na konti lang yung susceptible by this number, I think, or we propose that it should be, let's say, be more restricted. Let's say, more restrict rather. Ilagay sa GCQ. Ilagay sa MGCQ. Nakaka-apekto po yun, ano? Now, bawat lokal, iba-iba po yan. Let's say in locality A, locality B, locality C. That's why in our proposal, we have to have a database of all these things as an input to our system. Because if that can be monitored, let's say digitally, there is a national, or if not national, provincial MIS that will really monitor all these things. Then we can adjust the parameter in the model, and we can give, as a result of the simulation, we can give advice. Kasi tayo in the Philippines, tayo kasi medyo may pagka-shotgun ng approach. Okay, lahat yan isarado, lahat yan ay GCQ, lahat yan ay MGCQ, lahat tayo mag-distancing, lahat tayo mag-mask. Mean to say, it's shotgun, tamaan ng tamaan. What I mean is, in some areas where you have this least number of susceptible or infected, let's say, we can have a different policy there. But there has to be a decision support system which will be grounded or should be grounded on these models. That if we would like to advise the policymaker, we have to have this input. We have to have this information that will be related to our parameters Z2, for example. Let's say, for example, as in this model, Z2 refers to vaccination. Are we monitoring really the vaccinations? Medyo ngayon, ang tao, meron privately, they get their own vaccines. If that is to be centralized, let's say, for example, kasi alam natin, for every day, ito lang yung na-administer na vaccine. If that is so, we still have this increased number of susceptible that will yield to an increased number of infected. So, we can decrease it by way of, let's say, increasing the vaccination. By what number you would like to increase, then I would know the number of vaccination. I would know the number of vaccines available. So meaning to say, there is an interrelation of these things. Now, there is also some parameters as to transmissivity or other values of beta, which I have presented in my paper, in our paper. So those things, as I have earlier expressed, I hope that the government would be able to build or establish the management information system which will provide information, which will collect information on the ground. Sino-sino ba nag-MGCQ, nag-GCQ, and hanggang kailan yan dapat? Kasi dapat even time must be predicted or must be determined. How long it should be put into MGCQ, ECQ. And then, gaano dapat karaming vaccine yung ma-administer this day, this week, so that the number of susceptible will be decreased by this number. So for now, that's our proposal.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, tamang-tama po yan doon sa gusto ng ating mga businessmen, na at least makita natin na guide towards localized hindi naman lockdown, but restrictions. Mayroon kong follow-up question si Mr. Jobert Ramos. Sabi niya, why is the number cases still increasing in those areas? I believe he is referring to Metro Manila and Calabarzon. Why is the number of cases still increasing in Metro Manila and Calabarzon? Meron po ba tayong answer dito?
I think I am an engineer. That's the better answer by epidemiologists. But of course, at tuloy kasi yung kokonti kasi yung vaccination pa. But still, at times, we are violating, sabi nga nung unang question ngayon, we're violating the health protocols. Meaning to say, it limits the intervention. And if we limit the intervention, of course, yung propagation must spread or must pronounce yung propagation. Kaya talagang dadamihan ngayon. Kung mapapansin po natin, mas madami talaga ang cases ngayon. Bakit? Kasi mas malaki yung substance. Mathematically, if the substance is big, the rate of change of the substance is also getting bigger and bigger. That's the basic law of exponential increase. Dumadami kasi yung cases. Pag madami yung cases, yung rate of increase ng case, lalo tumataas. Wala pa tayong herd immunity. So that's expected.
Thank you, sir. RD Banwa, may gusto kayong idagdag? Calabarzon nung sinasabi rin dito?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Siguro yung batayan nito, yung reason why the cases in NCR, in Calabarzon, is big because of the big size of population. Calabarzon is the most populous region in the country. Second yung Manila. So therefore, if we talk about numbers, talagang malaki. Second ay yung for us, I can talk of Calabarzon because of the industry. Nandoon yung aming economy is around close to 60% ay industry and malaki yung manufacturing. So may close contact yung tao compared to agriculture, which you can do your work on a several meters away from each other. So yung problema naman, sabi nung nasa industry, in the industry side or in the side, mahigpit sila. They observe the protocol. So for example, out of 100% capacity, they will just operate at 30% or little over 30%. So may physical distancing. Of course, mababa yung revenues. Pero yung problema na, when they go out of the industry, doon pa lang sa sasakyan, baka hindi na naka-face mask, walang face shield, nagpintuhan na, or yung graveyard shift, paglabas ay iinom muna para masarap yung tulog. Di magkukwentuhan na. Or the other problem yan, pagdating doon sa accommodation nila, sa titirahan, ay kung cluster. O wala na yung sinasabi ni Popcom na for 20 square meter dwelling unit, 4 lang na tao. Parang mas masiksik doon. So there's the chance of having more transmission.
Thank you, sir. Meron pang pangalawang question si Mr. Jobert Ramos. No? Sabi niya, how do you maintain agricultural productivity during this pandemic? Any short answer po?
Good afternoon po.
Yes, Dr. Ramos, sir.
Actually, I answered that questions, even though I'm a civil engineer, but at the moment at Romblon State University, we have this collaboration between Kansas State University on conservation and regenerative agriculture. And I think it's really more of focusing on local crops, cash crops, and encouraging our local farmers, small farmers, to invest on this. And I know DA has financing on this with no interest. So I think it's really more of encouraging our farmers to really be focusing on vegetables that are locally available and cash crops. Like in 3 months, you can harvest it. So yun po yung we're really promoting the conservation agriculture as a new normal with regard to agriculture. Thank you.
Okay.
May I add something to that?
Yes, sir.
If we can do the model for the COVID, which is much more complicated, I think the agriculture industry can be modeled also. So you can do a total cost analysis. Yeah, again, I have to point out that the major cost there is transportation of goods. So that's whether you have a very powerful Wi-Fi in your agriculture area, you know where to get your supplies. But if your supplies cannot be transported from one place to another, that is illogical. So I think this should be done in a certain way of modeling, and I don't know what do we need to make our policy maker have a mindset of science-based and mathematical-based decision support system. Because what Dr. Ronquillo has shown is a decision support system. We can have a lot of resources of technique, methods, but the user doesn't know how to use it, then that will be a problem. We have been talking about agriculture since the beginning of MacArthur. It was MacArthur who put on the education about the gardening. And then when MacArthur was gone, they suddenly changed it into a white-collar oriented education system. So these things has to be looked at. And we have to admit that food security is critical at this point in time and in the near future. Connected with this is also waste management. So I think there must be, the way to see things in an integral view, modeling is a good one to look at it. So I hope we can always, we usually give solution right away. Oh, this is the solution, this is the solution. But the problem is we really don't understand the problem. And we guess the solution.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We would like to entertain more but we're running out of time. It's already 4:55. So meron lang po akong isang question dito na gustong ibato, no? Kasi I think this is something na masarap pakinggan. For Director Reyes, this is a question by Director Romel Serrano. Sabi niya, Director Reyes, can we opt not to implement alternative work arrangement and just observe strict health safety protocol? Most employees prefer to work in the office. Ano po bang masasabi natin dito?
Well, first, impressed ako sa office niyo, Sir Romel, no? Si Sir Romel, ako pala is may reviews sa...
Office mate.
Office mate. Ulit po kami.
Hi, Miss Marge.
Sa National Development Company. Thank you for that question, sir. First, I'm impressed, no, with your office for your dedication. But we would like to reiterate that this revised interim guidelines shall cover all government agencies and instrumentalities. Now, the proper implementation of AWA is to be consistent with the amended interagency task force on the management of emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic. And CSC approved this IGA-AWA na tinatawag natin, no, in compliance with IATF directives. That during the state of public health emergency, we have to really observe the alternative work arrangement. So that's the answer, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Reyes. Napakaganda po ng ating discussions and in fact, marami pa sanang gustong magtanong but marami na rin nagsasabing magsasara na raw yung office nila. So we have to cut short the question and answer the open forum and let's listen to the synthesis po. May I call on our rapporteur, Dr. Ryan Ray Becerra, full professor and chair of the Manufacturing, Engineering and Management Department of the Gokong Wei College of Engineering, De La Salle University, and 2019 Outstanding Young Scientist Awardee. Dr. Becerra, the screen is now yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sikat. And thank you to the 641 attendees we have in our Zoom session. And I would like to thank all our speakers this afternoon for session number 3. Good afternoon to you all. In this session, we learned about system approaches to address present-day hazards from our 4 speakers and 4 panelists. I will now give my synthesis and hopefully I captured all the wonderful insights of our speakers and panelists. Dr. Tirso Ronquillo, the president of Batangas State University, talked about utilizing feedback engineering to model pandemics. He discussed how they mathematically represented the COVID-19 pandemic using a closed-loop model they called the Batangas State University Engineered Nonlinear Closed-Loop Model to identify which measures should be taken to slow down the spread of the virus. He concluded that the model shows that even when the spread is reduced to almost zero, we must continue interventions such as quarantine, wearing of face masks, physical distancing, contact tracing, introduction of vaccines, and continued treatment of those who were tested positive to avoid new surge of infections. Mr. Kuray, the president of Supply Chain Management of the Philippines, talked about the digitalization of the healthcare supply chain. Considering that our country is an island nation and with the number of disruptions our nation encounter yearly like typhoons and other calamities, manual practice of supply chain management is really complex. It can be improved by using digital processes, according to him. He enumerated the different advantages of supply chain digitalization in healthcare, particularly in administering the vaccines for COVID-19. Then Dr. Celso Co of Batangas State University discussed how the pandemic affected the conduct of education in our country. He explained that constraints exist in purely online classes because poor families may not have access to computers and internet connectivity. Affordable mobile devices may be an alternative, but certain school activities like programming and simulations may have concerns in terms of compatibility and availability. While Dr. Virginia Narciso of the Department of Health, Cordillera Administrative Region, discussed the effects of the pandemic in CAR, according to her, it exposed the vulnerability of their health systems, but enabled them to identify weaknesses and areas where they can improve. This helped them strengthen the efforts of all regional line agencies with the support of local government units and private sector. She explained that the following were implemented in the region. Number one, active promotion of health education, especially proper contact tracing. Number two, monitoring and feedback gathering activities in the different healthcare facilities. Number three, conversion of private rooms into temporary isolation rooms for COVID-19 patients. And lastly, the proper observation of waste disposal. She mentioned that systems are essential in responding to any health situation, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then, Director Agnes Tolentino of NEDA Region 5 discussed the National Spatial Strategy crafted by the National Economic and Development Authority. This core strategy provides spatial and policy recommendations to better guide planners, policymakers, and investors towards efficient settlement, production, and service delivery. She explained that an updated NSS framework factors in all the challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic and present environmental scanning of the political, economical, social, technological, ecological, and legal dimensions of the new normal. Then Dr. Reynaldo Ramos highlighted in his presentation the roles of engineering educators and service professionals towards a balanced regional island development amidst the challenges brought by the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Sustainable Development Goals, and the existing COVID-19 pandemic. He suggested that there should be a mechanism to support regional island resiliency through mobility and collaborations. Then Director Margarita Reyes of the Civil Service Commission, NCR, talked about work-from-home arrangements in the public service during the pandemic, as described in the CSC Memorandum Circular Number 18, Series of 2020. She described that work-from-home arrangements should be adopted in ECQ and MECQ areas and optional to GCQ and MGCQ areas where reduced public transportations are being implemented. Other factors that may be considered for work-from-home arrangement are as follows: the age of employee, the health conditions of the employee, and the type of work. She explained that our current COVID-19 situation has proven that employees working from home can be engaged with their team and can also be productive. There are evidences that in many cases, productivity, efficiency, and the morale of employees has increased. She explained that we are not yet sure what will happen in the future, but right now, she encourages us to draft our own internal work-from-home arrangement and implement them. She also mentioned that their office is willing to accept comments and suggestions. And last, Engineer Luis Banwa of NEDA Region 4A described and detailed their work-from-home arrangement and implementations in their office in Calamba, Laguna. He said that they were able to produce their expected outputs despite the pandemic. As we learned from our speakers, the COVID-19 pandemic affected us in many different aspects of the society, including healthcare, education, logistics, planning, and government services, among others. It is evident that we need to unify, and we need unity and solidarity in our road to recovery from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. With that, thank you very much and a pleasant afternoon to all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Becerra. That was a very comprehensive synthesis of this afternoon's discussions. Now, that concludes the panel discussion on systems approaches to address present-day hazards and the first day of the Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kathleen B. Abiso, also an outstanding young scientist and Assistant Dean for Research and Advanced Studies at the John Docongway Junior College of Engineering of De La Salle University, Manila, for being our rapporteur this session. At this point, may we ask all the speakers, panelists, and rapporteurs to turn on their cameras for a group photo. The NAST Secretariat will be taking our photo. NAST Secretariat, please take the cue.
Yes po. So may we request all the panelists to turn on their videos po? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you po.
Thank you. The lectures and papers presented during the NAST events can be viewed at the NAST PHL Talks account on Facebook and YouTube. Please do not forget to share your experiences with your friends by using the official hashtag Sharp Luzon RSM 2021 and Sharp Philippine NAST in your social media posts. Again, we would like to invite everyone to like and follow NAST Philippines social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and use the official hashtags Sharp Luzon RSM 2021 and Sharp Philippine NAST. We would like to thank our resource persons who shared with us their valuable time and knowledge and expertise in their respective sectors. Many thanks to all the participants who participated in the panel discussions for the first virtual Luzon Regional Scientific Meeting. To receive a certificate of attendance, you are requested to accomplish the evaluation form, which can be accessed through the link or QR code flashed on your screens. You will also be redirected to the evaluation form as soon as this webinar ends. Tomorrow, 12th of May 2021, we will start the day with panel discussion number 4, Educating for Our Future, Retrieving the COVID-19 Generation. For those who have already registered for tomorrow, you will receive new Zoom webinar access. If you have not registered yet, you may still do so. The registration link is flashed on your screens. Invite your friends and colleagues to register too. Once again, thank you everyone. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. JT. Thank you to all.
Thank you po. Thank you sa inyong lahat.
Thank you.